morning and a very warm welcome to the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. You join us for day 2 of round 5 for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're starting off this morning with really warm weather. It's properly hot and it's only just about 8:30 in the morning. Anyways, for today, the action will be even hotter because we have some titles to think about as well. Now, starting off with the TVS Asia 1B, we have 3 riders who are going to battle it out for maximum points. Sarthak Chavan, Ramdan Rosli, and Hiroki Ono. Last season, Ramdan Rosli's race really ended up in a bit of tears because of the technical difficulty resulting in DNF. But this time round, it's opportunity number 2 for this season. So the title fight for the TVS will go down all the way till Buriram. Now, if you look at the Underbone 150, it is nearly checkmate for Husni Zainul. It's not checkmate yet. It's only check because he's got a 78-point lead, and what he needs after race 1 is 75 points, and he will be the champion of the 2025 Underbone 150 Championship. It's going to be interesting to see whether Fahmi Bassam can do anything at all to try and slow him down. But what's for certain is, as so long that Husni is in front of Fahmi, Husni will become the champion. Now let's move over to the 250s. It's going to be Fadila RB Aditama, who looks to continue on his good form. P1 throughout almost every single session yesterday for RB. Can he keep it stuck all the way through qualifying and let it finish at the top for the race 1 and race 2 tomorrow? In the 600s, it's going to be an interesting one because we did see only Kasma Daniel clocking in at 2:09. So Kasma looking absolutely on pace. And despite the gap that he has to the top, he can hold his head high and has some hope that he can put in the fight. Because Adinanta, as always in practice and qualifying, doesn't seem to have the quick pace yet, but he does have amazing race pace. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Anumpap Sarmoon, again, the struggles continued a bit in practice day for Anumpap. In the ASB 1000, we had a real mix of timings. We had Hafiz Sharin, who clocked in a fast lap, Zakwan Zaidi, Azlan Shah. Everyone's clocking in some really, really good times. So championship fight for the ASB 1000, it's not even close to being over. But I think after race 1, the picture should be a little bit more clearer. For now, this weekend, 50 points up for grabs. First and foremost this morning is going to be qualifying, and then race 1 later on this afternoon. Heading out right after this will be the Underbone 150s for qualifying 1.
Right on cue, the klaxon sounds for pit lane to open for the first session of the day here at Sepang International Circuit. You just saw the graphic for this magnificent motorsport venue, and there is the very distinctive and recognizable grass Malaysian flag painted onto the grass here just near turn 1. But the underbones are out for qualifying 1. So these are the riders that were not in the fastest 12 yesterday. Here they come. This is just a 10-minute session, and the fastest 2 from this session will go through to qualifying 2 that follows immediately after that. And so after qualifying 2, it's not over, because we would be seeing them later in the morning before the Superbike, the ASB 1000 qualifying. We will see them come out for Superpole. So just trundling out there was the Vosges machine of Tengku Amarul Afiruddin. The Vosges machine's going much better yesterday than we've seen them this season, so they're making steps. Also in this session, just picking out some of the stars, look at the number 98 there on the Cardinals factory Yamaha. That is Izzat Zaidi. So good to see him back after a long break for injury. There goes the other Vosges machine. And there's surprising entrant to qualifying 1 is the number 177, Aditya Fauzi. Now Aditya Fauzi, who's done incredibly well this season on that Honda, has been penalised for slow riding yesterday, and that means he has to start from pit lane for both race 1 and race 2 this weekend. Race 1 this afternoon, and race 2 of course on Sunday. So the organisers here getting very, very serious about the dangers of slow riding on racetracks, and so no doubt the message will have hit home to the other riders. They're now on their out laps. Just looking there at NJ Sobretodo, the number 22. So very little time, given that we have a 2.5 minute lap for these Underbone 150s and a 10-minute session. We're already 6.5 minutes remaining. So there's just going to be a couple of flying laps to decide who goes through to qualifying 2. These riders just about to complete their out lap, and then they will pull the pin to avoid any more penalties. So they get flagged off. Now they're going to have to be keeping their speed quicker than 107% of their fastest time. That shouldn't be a problem. And Daniel Bogus has just made the short trip up from, and down is Uma Racing's NJ Sobretodo. So he hasn't got long to put that right. There's a bit of his bike on the circuit there.
Yeah, right on the racing line as well.
So let's see what happened. Dearie me. So mechanical.
No, I think it's just the front end washing away. I think just maybe pushing that cold front a bit too quickly.
Yeah, he's got time to get that bike off the track. It'll be a couple of minutes before these guys come round again. But so that's NJ severely disadvantaged in this session. Ari Rashad and Ahmad Darwish on screen there.
Yeah, Darwish had a decent outing yesterday with his teammate Shazraz. Their practice 2 times were in good positions, but combined it really didn't put them in such a great position for qualifying 2. So it's a bit more work to be done for the UZ Struggle boys, but them are quality riders. Darwish still only 16 years old, turning 17 on the last day of the year.
On the last day of the year, okay.
31st December, his birthday.
An auspicious date indeed. So I did there. So maybe these two are helping each other.
Yeah, they both came up through similar pathways in the Malaysian motorsports industry. Both similar age, so should be quite familiar with each other. And I'm surprised that Shazraz isn't working with Darwish on this lap.
Yeah.
You'd think that that would be the wisest way to go about things.
That's right. And then we've got Febriansha coming into shot there on Team One for All, bike number 88. The qualifying lap record here is was set in 2020 by YYG Trilaksana. 2:20, I think.
I think it was 2:30.
Sorry, yeah, kind of in 2:20, 2:30.
2:31, yeah. 2:31.358. It shows how good that lap was, because until now, no one's been able to come close to that.
That's right. There's a teacher. He's got Kiki Suderman behind him. Shafiq Rasool there on the number 122, and that's one of the Vosges machines after following him. Tenku went pretty well yesterday. Paul Vosges making some steps. 17 is Masato Fernando.
And for me, Afizi Supa for the Vosges team was the one that's been really impressive in nearly getting into the top 15 yesterday after practice 2. Ultimately settled for 18. Afizi Supa putting in really good work with Vosges.
Yeah, there is welcome sight, the number 98 on the Cardinals Yamaha. That is Izzat Zaidi, returning after a long absence.
Damar there. Still trying to get to grips with Sepang, it seems. Damar just unable to find a fast lap in this session. Fabianca for 1-4 as of right now is currently poised to move towards qualifying 2 as well. Bringing Kiki Suderman with him. They will have, I think, just about a lap after this. They should be able to cross the finish line before the timer ends.
Yeah, that will be 3 flying laps. 2:38 is the quickest time so far. It's bound to improve as they come around this time, as they get their eyes in.
Shirashaki to flying, a real flyer. Currently he is a few seconds up on fastest time.
Yeah, Shazras getting a wriggle on as well.
Shirashaki.
Yeah.
2.7 nearly faster than the fastest lap earlier. And
yeah.
good call, because yeah, Shazras has gone up now.
Okay. So we're into the 2:35s. So provisionally, Shara Shazras, Shirat and Masato Fernando for Kobisek Yamaha. Those are the top 3. 2 to go through. 88 there is Fabriancia. So everybody getting the hammer down. There is no possibility or no leeway at all for these riders to slow down or do anything tactical here. They just got to pull the pin. Otherwise they'll be joining the 2 riders already penalised for slow riding yesterday and starting from pit lane, and nobody wants that.
Shazras there continues on for this lap. In sector 1 it was a decent sector, sector 2 improving, so we still have a bunch of riders improving, and the gaps in times, it's not that great between first and second between Shazras and Shirashaki, but
yeah, Daniel Damar putting in some good.
Oh!
One down.
There's a separate incident.
So yeah, we got Adib Arshad and
Shazras.
Yeah, Shazras. Okay,
it's unfortunate for him.
He might be lucky and go through.
Yeah, it's completely unforced. It's just Adib's gone down and Shazras reacted. It's just an error on his own.
Just pulled on the front and down he went. That's unfortunate, but he might be lucky. He might get lucky and go through with that time.
We still have a bunch of riders improving. A big improvement coming from Daniel Damar. I tell you what, Daniel Damar has gone faster than Shazras in 2 of his sectors. So let's see if Daniel Damar can be a surprise entrance into Q2.
Okay, this is the last chance. As we watch the top of the screens, still Shazras and Shirat.
Daniel Damar was so close there. He only needed another 10th and a half and he would have definitely been in the top 2, which would have been just enough. Well, ultimately, Shazras and Shirashaki, they are safe and they will move to the next qualifying.
Yeah, Shazras just got to get back to get back to pit lane. So, yeah, somebody overshooting them.
Yeah.
Just trying to pull off and go the back way.
Oh,
There
that
is
was
Shazras.
Shazras, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he tried to see whether he could start another lap, and then when he realized that the checker flag was out, just
Okay.
pulled the bike back in.
So hopefully he'll be okay. But that was a 2:35.286 for Sharo Shazras on the Extremo Yuzi Asia Honda, and it was Shirat Sauki. Both those laps set on the second flying lap. Then Daniel Damar, who had a really good go at it for Yamaha LFN. Ahmad Dawish also going strong, Shazras' teammate. And then it was Izzat Zaidi, his best time 2:36. Masato Fernando also on 2:36.4. Fizi Supat on the Vosges was 7th quickest, 2:37.6. And Shafiq Rasol for Maestro NWNSCK, 8th quickest on a 2:37.77. And in 9th, Kiki Sudaman Manarung for JPNW SND. Then it was Febriansha for Team One for All. Aditya Fauzi did a 2:38.9. We know you can go faster than that, starting from pit lane this afternoon. Adib Arshad for Uma Racing 12th. 13th, Tengu Amaril on the second of the Vosges machines. Curvy Emmanuel Bagania for Uma Philippines. And teammate AJ Sobretodo recorded no time in that session. We're going to take a break of just a few minutes and we'll come back for qualifying 2, which will feature Shirat and Shazras, as well as the fastest riders from yesterday. Let's have a quick look at that session. There was no time wasting today. The riders came out on time onto the circuit and got down to business nice and quickly. There were incidents right from the start. As we can see, there is Sharo Shazras, set a really quick time, and then trying to avoid a crashing rider in front of him, he went down. But his time would turn out to be good enough to get him through to qualifying 1. Masato Fernando again, the number 17, going really well. And then Izzat Zaidi also getting his eye back into this class after several hours away. But it will be Sharo Shazras and Shirat Sauki going through to qualifying 2. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us on this morning for qualifying for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are getting into the decisive part of qualifying for the Underbone 150s. This is qualifying 2, and we have the quickest riders from yesterday plus the fastest 2 from qualifying 1 just a few minutes ago coming into this. You can see the 2 Pitspike JRT machines of number 13 Akira Ziz and number 50 Fifan Ran coming out at the back of that group. We saw a really packed session in qualifying 1A. Shao Shazras and Shirat Sauki came through, and they will be somewhere in the field here as these bikes get on their way for their opening lap. And as we were saying earlier, the slow riding criteria being rigorously applied, so these riders know that they'll be starting from pit lane if they drop below 107% of their, so if they go over 107% of their qualifying time. Number 11 there, Fazrul Sham, good to see him out. The last time we saw him on the winner's spot on the box was this time last year in race 2 in round 5, which was again at Sepang. So it'd be good to see the veteran doing something special again this weekend. There he is on the Cardinals factory Yamaha. Seems to be a mainstay in that team. Alongside him last year was Faris Putra, who's in 250s this season. And there is the one of the quickest riders from yesterday, the quickest rider from yesterday, Dimas Juliat Moko, this season riding for Racetech 60 alongside team owner Waiwaji Trilaksana. So Dimas Juli really hitting his form as a top racer in this Underbone category. He spent a couple of seasons looking quick, but lacked consistency until this season. Now he's looking really good. And very easy to spot too, of course, on that bright yellow machine. He is one of only 2 riders who can catch championship leader Husni Zainal Fauzi. He's on 97 points. There are 100 points left this season, 4 races to go. And so he has a mathematical chance at this stage of the weekend of winning the championship. But a really good season for Dimas Juli. 2 wins last time, double win in Mandalika. There's that tuck-in style again, Daniel.
Yeah, it's not as strange as what we've seen from riders such as Maruba Vitoni, where the legs are literally out wide like wings. But it is still from a rough eye view, it's not aerodynamic, is it?
No, it looks really wide. I mean, that's handy when you're in a pack.
Yeah.
But he's riding on his own at the moment. It is really interesting why they do it. It obviously works because he's been one of the fastest riders over 1 lap for 3 seasons now.
You can just see a little bit of dirt still from the crash of Adebarshad in qualifying 1.
Yeah, this session halfway through. We get another look head on at that tucked position for Dimas Juli as he comes down towards turn 15.
You can see there where he just looks through the gap beneath the handlebars there.
Yeah, that's it, every bit of advantage. There he goes again. This is, yeah, really good insight, good spending some quality time on camera with Dimas Julie still peeping through just the right side of that fairing.
Yeah, now he's readjusted it a little bit. It looked a little bit more streamlined that time, but not a bad time from Dimas. 235.4. Afif Amran's on a big move now. Afif Amran looks like he's going to dip down into the 233s. It's a very, very good lap coming from Afif. Husni as well, he's on a good one, but I think Afif's just going to get the better of him on this lap. Gupita is on a decent one, and this is going to be a helping hand to Husni with Gupita in front of him. There's Afif there in the train of riders behind, so Afif should be the fastest as he comes across the line. Husni 234.4, that's a great one. Afif 232.818.
That is a really good time. That's the first flying lap for Afif Amran. So that's a really quick time. Half a second quicker than Akid Aziz. At this stage of the season last year, Akid Aziz was leading the championship. In fact, he was leading the championship with, what was his points total? 108 points he had this time last season.
Yeah, it was a proper battle between Fahmi, Aditya and Akid.
Yeah,
and
Fahmi at this stage was on 79.
This is a big moment here for Pirapong, Louis Bumbeng. Sorry, it was for Afif though. The moment was Afif just tips the bike into turn 2, nearly loses the rear.
Yeah, nicely held. BPM just spiking up there for a moment.
Yeah, last season it was a real battle between those three riders, Fahmi, Akid and Aditya, and it was in Buriram where on the last lap of the last turn the championship hopes completely got crushed for Aditya and Akid.
Yeah, as we often see, the championships coming down to the last round, the last race of the last round, and several championships just being decided on countback when riders have finished even on points. So it's not going to be that close this season. As you were saying in your introduction, Daniel, it's match point this weekend, or in fact this afternoon for Hosni Zainal Fauzi.
Indeed.
There is Fazrul, there's the number 96. Hafiz is another rider who has to start from pit lane this afternoon and tomorrow for breaking the slow riding rule yesterday. So unfortunate for him too, but lesson learned for him and hopefully for everyone else. Ahmad Fazrul Sham, he'll be aware that he's due a good result. As I was saying, it's a year since we last saw him on the top step of the podium. So Afif stays on top. So this is looking good. Screenshot needs to be taken there for Pitspike Superfast JRT. There's Fahmi Bassam, still the defending champion. And still in with a mathematical chance. He needs to finish in front of Husni this afternoon to keep his championship hopes alive. Daniel, what do you make of Husni's weekend so far? He's kept himself in top 5 kind of position.
Yeah, I think if you look at the timing, he's always been at somewhere near the top. So 7th fastest overall in combined practice times. It's not far at all. And the thing about Husni is he always puts in a really good last lap. And the fact that he knows is he just needs to be ahead of the guy on screen right now. He's just in front of Fahmi Bassam in the race. And the job is done.
Yeah, Fahmi putting the hammer down now. Let's see what he can do. Those sector times are quicker than those we've seen from Afif Amran through the first 2 sectors.
Yeah, Afif on the current lap has just had that error at turn 2, so it's not going to go any faster. But Currently, Fami's split times aren't looking like it's going to leapfrog him much further than 5th, perhaps. Chazras as well left his lap very late after the crash. He's just going to make it for one flying lap. Yeah, I think with Fami as well, it's too little too late.
Yeah, that's it. Doesn't take long to complete the qualifying session for Underbones. It's 10 minutes done. So FIM Ran stays on top. That was the first flying lap, so continuing the form he's shown all weekend. Here come the two Maestro LFN machines of Gubita and championship leader Husni Zainal Fauzi. Both riders have been winners this season. 1 for Gubita, 5 for Husni. Husni comes through 3rd.
And Gubita goes up into 5th. Dimas is down in 6th, surprisingly. Fazur Sham has gone... Yeah, Fazur Sham finished 4th in this one. This is a good one from Fazur after missing out practice 1.
Up to 4th, and it looks like Hafiz Ferrol Rashidan for 4S1M will be the last rider through to Super Pole, coming your way later this morning.
Decent job from Wayaji as well. He liked Sepang and he's managed to stay in the top 10, which means Super Pole.
Yeah, so a quick look at the qualifying results, then we'll do a recap of that session. But FIM Ran, first flying lap, 2:32.818. Akid Aziz, 2:33.3. And then 3rd, Husni Zainal Fauzi on that last lap. Ahmad Fazrul Sham for Cardinals Factory, 4th. 5th, Gurvita Krishna. 6th, Dimas Juli, fastest yesterday. Fahmi Bassam came through 7th. 8th, Pirapong Louis Bunpeng. Team 1 for all. And 9th, Wayuaji Trilaksana and Hafiz Faril Rashidan will go through to Super Pole. And then it was Shawar Shazras who came in late to that session after crashing in qualifying 1. April King Moscato 12th, 13th Shirat Zauki, and Shirat didn't make it out, and neither did Nazrul Izzat, who sadly is out this weekend after breaking his collarbone when the engine on his Yamaha let go yesterday and threw him over the high side. Get well soon, Nazrul.
Yeah, he was going well as well in practice. Just so unfortunate for him.
Yeah, he's had the wrong kind of luck for a little bit too long now. Okay, so once again, everybody out nice and promptly for the 10-minute session. Dimas Juli caught our attention early, especially after his stunning performances yesterday throughout free practice. There is Husni Zainal Fauzi just shadowing his teammate Gurvita Krishna. They would come through to go for a Super Pole. Everybody aiming to be in the top 10. 4 riders to be disappointed. The number 96 Hafiz went through, but that won't help him for his starting position this afternoon. He's going to start from pit lane. FIM Ran put his banker lap in very early in the session. Fahmi Bassam pushed and pushed at the end. He made it up to 7th, which is good enough to have him out in the first group for Super Bowl this afternoon. So it's FIM Ran, Akid Aziz. And we are just going to take a short break. When we come back, there'll be 2-stage qualifying for the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. Stay with us. We're at Sepang for qualifying morning for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back to Sepang. We are progressing through qualifying this morning, and this is the second category out. We've seen 2 sessions for the Underbones. Plenty of incidents there. Looking forward to Super Pole this afternoon. Now we are on track with the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. This is qualifying 1B for the 7 slower riders. There's 15 entries this weekend. So as for the Underbones, the fastest 2 from this session will go through to qualifying 1B, which will determine the top 8 starters for this afternoon. These riders on their out laps, so let's just get to know them a little bit. Number 17 is Nixon Frost, 14-year-old New Zealander. Good to see him in the championship. This is his second visit to Sepang with TVS. And just ahead of him on track is the number 26, that's Jed Louis from Australia. And he seems to be the replacement for Hunter Corney, which is a real shame because Hunter Corney was getting better and better on TVS, but unfortunately broke his leg back home in Australia in a racing incident. So those two, the first to get on their way for their flying laps. Coming into view now, number 12 and 13. Those are Hazik Farouz. Good to see him back in, and Leandro Paredes, the Filipino rider, who hasn't really got himself on the pace yet in TVS. Hazik Farouz, who we know more familiar with as one of the top Malaysian Underbone riders. And behind them, Kanatak Jamin, returning after starting the season, the Thai rider, really highly rated Thai racer of 300 and 450cc classes that are run back in his home country. Had a couple of crashes, was out with injury. A couple of crashes in this series, out with injury, but now he's back. So just staying there with Hazik and Leandro, 13. And looking at their times yesterday, Hazik 2:26 and Leandro 2:26.5. So I guess Daniel, Hazik he's not really accustomed to these prototypes yet.
Yeah, I think I had a good conversation with him on Thursday about the bike as well, because yeah, I mean, he was new to this category this season, and we both shared similar insights on it, and yeah, he was saying he's just getting used to finding the limits on the TVS machines. He's a good rider. I think he's got top quality. So it's just a matter of him just piecing the puzzle of the TVS machine a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, they do seem to take a little bit of getting used to. You've actually ridden one in at Mandalika, so that's straight from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, he was really just saying that he needs to find where the limit is, because it's a bit unpredictable when you're not used to a bike that's as stiff as a TVS bike. Hazik there goes fastest with a 2:24.486. That's in comparison, that's his fastest time of the weekend, a 2:24. He's only done a 2:25 in practice 2 yesterday, so a good step up from Hazik.
Yeah, and 1.4 seconds adrift is Hafisa Rofa, another very much acclaimed Underbone rider, who we're delighted to see back in this series.
It's 2 seconds quicker than he was yesterday, so
Yeah.
whatever they found yesterday is clearly working for Hafiza. And this is what I expect from Hafiza, actually. I mean, he's such a good rider. Once upon a time, a rider that was quick on prototype machines, then quick in underbones, and now he's back into ARC with the TVS. We do hope to see him in the last round as well.
Well, that lap time's 1.5 seconds quicker than he did yesterday.
It's a very big jump up in lap times for Hafiza. So
Nixon, Leandro, Hafiza, number 27. So two Malaysians at the top of the timing screens currently. I had a chat with him after blagging a ride on the TVS bus from the hotel this morning, and he's hoping to come back to the ARC fold because it's he really is a good presence in this paddock.
yeah, I think the nice thing about Hafiza is he's so excited to be back. If anyone saw the interview in pit lane yesterday, he was he lit up like a bulb. He was just so happy to be there, to be here and be in the TVS class as well. I think he's been missing a bit of that tank riding experience.
Sure. There's Hazik once again.
You have to say, if Hafiza comes away this weekend with a decent result, there will be a few teams that will look at him and think, yeah, not a bad idea for 2026.
Yeah, Leandro's starting to do well. Hazik improved, 223.
Yeah, you can see Hazik, he's getting quicker, but at turns like turn 2, where I can understand what he might be feeling there. He doesn't seem to be as confident in the bike as he is in other regions.
Now, last time round, Harley McCabe jumped up into second with a 225.4. Young rider from Halifax in the UK. So we're stretching right around the globe from Harley to Nixon Frost in New Zealand.
I was just looking at the times. Hazik at 233.4. That would have been enough for fourth fastest in yesterday's combined timing. So Hazik making a huge step forward.
That's a competitive pace.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Staying with Harley for a moment there. In his brief career, he's already racked up 7 British Championships, Talent Cups. He's currently racing in the Aprilia 660 one-make series in the UK. I'm finding it a bit hot here. He was riding the Aprilia last weekend at Alton Park in the pouring rain. So if any British listeners are with us at this time of the day, they will know exactly what that looks like and feels like. He showed me a video. It was absolutely torrential. Just getting a bit crossed up here on the brakes.
This is at turn 9. Interesting with these TVS machines, thanks to A-Racer, you have different modes of engine braking, so that can be quickly adjusted. Maybe some riders would prefer a little bit more interference from engine braking. Hazik is going quicker and quicker. Oh, it was a quicker lap, but then he lost time through sector 3 and 4.
Yeah, so it does look like, yep, Hazik and Harley. HH will be going through to qualifying 1B. Good work. That's especially convincing, I think, from Hazik.
Yeah, that's a time that will be enough for a podium fight, I think. And he does have another qualifying session, so a bit more track time with the TVS Apache, and he could improve on that.
Yeah, well, there he is, the number 12. Haziq Farouz. Of course, he's got a race, so maybe improving this afternoon in the race, perhaps challenging for podium places by the time we get to race 2. Yeah, really good work from the Malaysian. So we'll be seeing more of that young man very soon. We get into qualifying 1B. There's Leandro. He can be encouraged by that performance. It's about as far up the order as I think we've seen him this season.
Yeah, some of the best we've seen in Leandro Paredes. We're waiting for him to come to form.
Yeah, and we've got Hafisa, 225.7. Best time yesterday was 227, so Hafisa improving too. 13 is Leandro coming through there. 26 is Jed Louis, the young Australian. So that's it. In this stage of your career, all you really want to be doing is making progress and improving. He's certainly doing that. Another quality rider and one of the more experienced ones in the field, Kanatat, the Thai rider, down in the 228s, so he hasn't quite found the key to riding these things quickly. But Haziq Farouz, as we said, he most definitely has. Really good pace from him. 223.425 means that he'll go through to qualifying 1B. And alongside him, the young Brit Harley McCabe. He did the 225. Leandro Paredes, we were just talking about, improving 225.6. He was third quickest. Then it was Hafisa Rofa, improving as he becomes accustomed to the bike. Young Kiwi Nixon Frost was 5th. Young Australian Jed Louis was 6th, and 7th Kanatat Jamin. Still struggling to come to terms with this TVS Apache RR310. Take another look at how that panned out in just a few moments with a recap. A combination of becoming accustomed to the bike and familiarity with Sepang, you'd have to say, means that Haziq Farouz has arrived in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. And this is how it panned out as these riders got onto their flying laps. Haziq running initially with Leandro Paredes. Could have been a good move for Leandro just to benefit from some of Haziq's track familiarity. Hafisa Rofa, plenty of track familiarity there, less so on the bike. Making progress and a very welcome return to the ARRC paddock. The Malaysian Underbone star. But we couldn't keep our eyes off Haziq because he showed good pace all the way through. And by this time he had banked the time. And Harley McCabe, he got out of shape under braking there for turn 9. Kept it all together very nicely and he would come through too. So Haziq and Harley through to practice qualifying 1B. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with qualifying 1B, so stay with us. We're at Sepang for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are back on track, and this is qualifying 1B, so this is the shootout for the first 8 places on the grid for race 1, and for race 2 you're looking at the number 1, carrying plate number 1, by dint of winning the championship in 2024, and he's leading the championship in 2025. Something's changed a little bit in this championship because the crushing dominance that we saw from Hiroki Ono in 2024 is not quite as crushing as it was. He has a 3-point advantage in the championship over Sartak Chavan, and Ramdan Rosli right up behind him. Hiroki Ono there, trying to get onto the, or drop back rather, to the back of the field and give himself some room. So we just saw this rider, Haziq Farouz, on the number 12 machine, coming through in style from qualifying 1A, clocking that 2:23 to come through. Ali McCabe also coming through on a 2:25. Green flags waved to indicate that this is the start of their first flying lap. Or, sorry, the first flying lap will be starting once they complete this one. And that means all the dawdling that you can see on your screen there will need to stop. There is the quickest rider from yesterday, Ramdan Rosli, 2:22.623. He holds the qualifying lap record, 2:20.784, and the race lap record as well. Ramdan Rosli, clean sweep of lap records for Sepang International Circuit, and he's looking in very, very good form this weekend. Lap times are a little bit slower than they were when we were here for round 2. Daniel, what would you put that down to? It's about 2 seconds a lap.
Well, it could be conditions. I think we've seen quite a number of falls, so maybe the track is not as optimal as it was in the past. Maybe just being a lot of events going on. It could also just be due to there was a bit of concern when we saw a few bikes having some technical issues, so maybe just dialing back the power just a little bit.
Yeah, but it's super competitive. First saw TVS, these TVS Apache 310 RRs here back in 2022. This is the 4th season, and it's provided us with some really cracking racing, in large part thanks to this rider, Ramdan Rosli, because even when Hiroki Ono was at his most imperious, Ramdan Rosli never gave up the chase. Number 2 on his machine means that he finished 2nd in the championship last season. He must fancy it this weekend.
Yeah, last year didn't end in Sepang the way Ramdan would have wanted it. Technical issue right on the last lap. So it's a redemption time for Ramdan.
And here he comes to complete his first flying lap. He didn't look like he was wasting time. And sure enough, that was a 2:22.625 for the Malaysian star. And next up, on a 2:23.4, is Ramdan Rosli has just dropped to 2nd. Hiroki Ono put in that 2:22.015, so 6/10 quicker than Ramdan Rosli.
Ooh, someone's gone down there.
Let's take a look at that. It's Pan back to that. Bike's in the middle of the track. They've got time to clear it. The rider looks like he has taken a bit of a knock.
I think it's kind of tough.
That's Rendy.
Sorry, Randy, yeah.
Yeah, he's hurting.
Must have been a high side because that's at the end of turn 1.
He's holding his hand as well.
So that's on the exit of turn 1 into turn 2, which is a strange place to lose the bike.
So, body language didn't look good there, but hopefully there's nothing too serious there. Ramdan Rosley gets on his way. Number 3 there is Sartak Chavan. One of the 3 main contenders for this championship. Luis Miguel, he could have something to say this afternoon. He won his first and only race in this championship here at Sepang earlier this year. So while it looks like the battle is between Hiroki Ono, Sartak and Ramdan, Luis Miguel could get amongst those big points and take some away.
Luis Miguel's an exciting young rider from Madrid.
Harley McCabe, the number 22, getting himself onto the back of Chirant Vishwanath, who is one of the quick contenders, slightly put in the shape so far as Indian riders go by Sartak, but he's a very quick rider. That's Sartak, the number 3, leading Luis Miguel into turn 1. Then it's Chirant, then it's McCabe. 2:21.621 is the best time, recorded just a few moments ago by Ramdan Rosley. As we said, lap record holder for qualifying and race record. So Ramdan, Hiroki Ono at the top, Rendy, who we saw unfortunately crocked, 2:23.4, currently 3rd quickest. Hiroki Ono, am I reading that sector 1 time correctly? Yeah.
Yeah. That's
29.8 through sector 1.
mystery quick.
Looks like a statement coming up from the Japanese defending champion. Yeah, sector 2. This is going to be a lap and a half from Hiroki Ono. There he is, the number 1. He's got Chirant Vishwanath just behind him. Let's see if Chirant can hold on.
Somehow Hiroki found half a second on Luis Miguel in sector 2 alone. It's unbelievable the pace that Hiroki's on. This could very much be a 2:20 point, a mid 2:20. I think it's coming in for Hiroki Ono. Mid 2:20. Now that would be the
record.
fastest time, yeah.
Yeah. 20.78 is the record held by his Malaysian rival Ramdan Rosley. He's quick through sector 3 as well. He's got nobody to get in his way here as he comes down. And braking nice and clean for turn 15. He knows exactly what he needs to do now. Head down, head for the land. This line, this is a beautifully judged lap of 2:20.722. So he just grabs the qualifying lap record away from Ramdan Rosley at the checkered flag for the end of that session. What a lap, a full 0.9 quicker than Ramdan Rosley. So that was one hell of a statement by Japanese championship leader and defending champion. Have a look at those results just momentarily as we look there at the exit to turn 15. So Hiroki Ono, Ramdan Rosley, Luis Miguel up there with Sartak Chavan. 2:20.722, that is a new record for Hiroki Ono. Ramdan Rosley second quickest, 2:21.621. Then it was Luis Miguel with a 2:21.9, and then Sartak Chavan 2:22. The unfortunate Rendi, who crashed, was going well. He's recorded a 2:23.4. Chirag Vishwanath 2:23.6 was sixth quickest. Harley McCabe came through with a 2:24, improving for the young Brit, and Haziq Farouz 2:24.4. Couldn't quite match his best time from qualifying 1A, but is showing some really good pace now. We'll have another look at that session in just a moment. But you could say here that a statement has been made. Hiroki Ono doesn't like being chased for the championship. He wants to get away clear at the front. So let's just have another look at that 10-minute helter-skelter session. We join it as they start the first flying lap. Ramdan Rosley really put the hammer down, but it was cat and mouse between him and Hiroki Ono all the way through until that stunning final lap of qualifying by Hiroki Ono. Ramdan Rosley at this stage at the top, and there's the unfortunate Rendi, looking pretty unhappy at the side of the track. We do hope that he's okay. Sartak Chavan number 3, a little bit quiet in that session, but this rider, Hiroki Ono, would quickly get himself to the top, and he would keep himself right there. Chirag Vishwanath was trying to get after him at that point, but there was no catching the Japanese veteran. Ramdan Rosley, try as he would. Ramdan came down into the mid 221s, but on the very final flying lap, Hiroki Ono broke the record, 2:20.722. So Hiroki Ono will start from pole this afternoon from Ramdan and Luis Miguel. So we're going to take a short break. I think we're waiting for an interview. Hopefully Daniel will be there with Hiroki Ono. You can see clear blue skies, beautiful shot from low down at the end of the gravel trap at the end of turn 15. One of the most iconic views in motorsport. Looking back up to turn 14, that's a long and just such a crucial part of racing at Sepang to get everything right for turn 15. We see so much drama, and we will see so much drama this afternoon. But for the moment, almost clear blue skies here at Sepang. We're very close to the airport. If you squint carefully, you'll see a plane taking off in the background, just to prove my point. All is quiet here. Next up will be AP250s, and Daniel is ready with Hiroki Ono.
Hiroki Ono, what a statement for that qualifying session. A new lap record, 2:20.722. Tell us, how's it out there for Sepang this weekend, and how do you feel right now with the championship battle?
Yeah, in qualifying lap time not so bad. Also, I get a P1. This is happy because yesterday free practice for me difficult situation. No good machine feeling. Also, my riding little bit bad. But from today, improve a lot. Yeah, race was maybe tough, fighting with Sartak, also Ramdan. but I enjoy the race. Also, this weekend I don't think about series title. Just thinking focus to getting the victory.
Thank you so much. Good luck for later.
Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. If you have been with us earlier this morning, we are into qualifying for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It is gloriously sunny here at Sepang International Circuit, and qualifying session for the AP250 class is just getting underway, with the first riders out having completed their out laps, and several riders joining late in the session. So yesterday we saw Daniel Bogus has just rejoined me in the commentary box, but yesterday, Daniel, we saw strong performances throughout every session from championship leader Fadila Arbi. He's 37 points clear in the championship, and his rivals are not out of it, but he just looks like a class on his own to me. What's your reading of it?
Yeah, I was following him when he was in Moto3 as well, watching his performances, and well, yeah, he hasn't managed to score points there, but the improvements are impressive, and you can see how that experience and how hard he's been working over there has really paid off over here right now. He is really continuing on his really good form, and imagine in Sepang, where you have 2 humongous straights, he's managed to be consistently at the top. That's not an easy feat at all, and that's just the quality that RB has. And the worrying thing for the competitors is, if he takes away a double win, throw in a few mathematical equations, and it is possible for RB to actually be champion of the 250 class in Sepang already. Of course, it is racing, nothing is done until the checkered flag, and even then, it's not done until the officials say it's official. But it is very possible that RB might run away with the 250 championship if no one is going to stop him. Izam yesterday had a huge crash. He's one of the contenders, but after that crash, you'd have to think that the confidence is fading a little bit.
That was a heavy bump.
It was,
and he must be feeling that today. Going to be some soreness, some stiffness. Murbil Vitoni and Kritapat still very much in the mix, and they'll have something to say. Last time here at Sepang, for round 2, Kritapat and RB took a win apiece. So yeah, let's see what happens. But yeah, Murbil, Kritapat, and a whole host of other riders that are coming through really strongly.
In Kritapat's Friday, it didn't go without a little bit of drama in practice 1 itself. So
yeah, we had a little bit of handbags at trackside with Irfan Haikal.
So it's interesting, and let's not forget Aiki Yoshi as well, with a bike that has 300 extra RPM, performing really, really well. So it's tough. Dennis Shami, another performer since Mandalika. So you throw in all these factors into the mix.
Yeah.
If RB finds the front, it's looking scary for Kritapat and the rest.
Yeah, but let's see. There's plenty of riders who can do that, and we mentioned Irfan in the somewhat negative sense of the argy-bargy that he had yesterday with Kritapat, but his form's been good.
Yeah, I think for Irfan, he's just been unlucky this season. Those who follow his career will know that this season has been really good for him locally as well. In Malaysia, he's been running the 600 class, and he's gone toe-to-toe with Helmi Azman in terms of lap timings. So he's been on really good form.
And so how do you rate him in a battle? I'm talking about racecraft.
Oh, fierce. Absolutely fierce. He used to have the issue of not being calm-headed enough. There were times when in his rookie season in 250, he was just wild and he just crashed whenever he was in the lead. But now he's fierce and he's keeping it controlled. And I think now you see him making these errors like the one at 10:15 with Kritapat, and it's just him trying to find that extra 10% to get to the front. And I think he's there and he can compose himself well. So maybe it's not this season for him, but it's coming.
Yeah, we can see one of the riders we were talking about, well, several of the riders we were talking about there, but I'm thinking here of the number 124 for Victor Racing, Idemitsu who took that knock yesterday. It'll be interesting to see what he does and how many laps he does actually. Just maybe he's going to try and bank a good time and not put in too many laps this time. 24 is Davina Brittani for Astra Honda. And the number 18 running with him is Utri.
Davina had a good session yesterday in practice 3, made a big step forward, finished P8 in the combined practice times. So it's a good step up for a 16-year-old Indonesian.
Yeah, here's a rider that goes well at Sepang. It's number 65. It's Chao Vietnam.
Yeah, Chao Vietnam sets at 27.0.
Yeah, that's Takamoto, the replacement rider for T.Y. Antares. Just behind him. I think following there was Tonampu. Is that number 19? Anyway, we will see how this 30-minute session pans out. So both Kawasaki's running in that group. The first one through on your screen is the number 108 of 2 times champion, AP 250 champion, Andy Mohammed Fadli.
Irfan Aikal in his outlap set the fastest sector 2 of the session so far. We haven't had many sector times yet, but that's something different on the outlap. You push on through sector 2 immediately.
And quite a lot of these riders taking an early break.
Yeah, I think we saw one huge train of riders and perhaps some of them not wanting to give a helping hand to either one. RV was probably wary that Izam was right on his tail all the way through, and RV's gone straight into the pit box, so not even a lap time set for RV yet. Interesting. Mind games already.
Yeah, very intriguing. That's Aldiaz Axel, the number 69.
Taro Takemoto is actually on a really good lap. Sets a pretty decent sector 1, a good sector 2 as well. Tell you what, it's the second fastest sector 2 time so far in the session, coming in from Taro Takemoto, so look out for the Japanese wildcard. He's on a decent pace. Yesterday, Rintaro Takemoto only managed a 226.2 as of right now. The sector times are indicating that he's of course for a very low 26 or even a 25.
Yeah, it's Mushiavi, the number 571, looking aggressive there, just behind Aldiaz Axel, the number 69.
Yeah, Fado Mushabi.
Takamoto does go to the top, although the time's 3.5 or 4 seconds, probably off what we're going to see by the end of this session. 16.5 minutes remaining, so more than half the session remaining. Not too many indicators yet.
Fado Mushabi's on a good lap, but he got held up a little bit there behind Aldiaz at turn 9. And Taro Takemoto, he's going faster in sector 1. That's actually a much better sector 1. That's already 2/10 quicker. So Rintaro Takemoto on course for big improvements in qualifying. So far it's only sector 1 done, but he'll already be on course for a 2:25, which would be his fastest of the weekend.
Yeah, T.Y. Antares with 2 replacement riders for their 2 regular riders this weekend. There's Takamoto, and the other one being Adil Al-Ghassani.
Taro Takemoto's just at another really good sector 2 time. He's improving in every sector.
Mushiavi just did the best sector time for sector 4, so just trying to look at what the benchmarks are so far in this session. But it is going to come down to a last lap battle
By the way, you wouldn't believe it, but I saw Johan Reeves Emmanuel at the staircase earlier this morning. So he has arrived in Sepang and he is on track now as well, setting his lap. So amazing. He's come back from Spain, missed out on Friday, and he's here for qualifying immediately.
Well, he's obviously realised that he's at Sepang. So he seems to be going okay. See the two Kawasaki's there, parked at this halfway point in the session.
Yeah, looks like they're about to head out again. Ooh. That's it, turn 6.
Oh, there's a bike on fire there. Must have gone over the barrier. So we can't see what happened there, but we can see
That's a turn 7.
smoke and flames.
Out of turn 6 to 7.
See what that is, but pit lane is probably a good place to be at the moment. All that smoke clears. It is clearing now, so the marshals have obviously gotten onto that. Musyavi still out there. Irfan Haikal, the number 21, out there as well. Coming up to complete another lap. Musyavi looks as though he may be stopping. That right foot hanging off the bike. Yep, he comes in. Comes in with the Cardinals machine of Qayyum. Qayyum Razak, 14th on combined times yesterday. 21 is Irfan Haikal, as we were saying earlier, looking threatening this weekend. As he comes through turn 1. Number 39, there is Kridapat, winner last time here at Sepang earlier this season. RB took the other victory. But the incident with the flames and the smoke was off track, so no sign of any red flags. It's the number 124 of Izam Iqmal. Continuing to lap his best time. Izam, what has he done? Showing 2 near the top. So most of these riders here are on out laps. It's looking messy at the moment out there. So yeah, a lot of these are on out laps. Some riders wanting to get on with it. There's the 157 of Murabel Vitoni. He's in with a shout for the championship.
Oh.
But now he's in with a shout.
Oh.
Just, he couldn't quite park it in the gravel there. The bike toppled over. So setback for Murabel. Can usually bank on him starting from the front row of the grid, but Murabel Vitoni paddling his way out of the gravel. He just got everything too late. He was trying to get clear of the group behind him, but he left his braking way too late.
Yeah, I mean, even the moment that you started braking, that looked way later than normal at turn 15. I think he was just trying to, as you said, break away from them and just asking way too much from the front. He is a rookie, so mistakes are allowed, but oh, that was very brave from Murabel.
Yeah. Well, Arby hasn't broken a sweat yet. He looks like he's just come out of makeup.
Well, you know what? RB's had such a tiring 2 months of flying all around the world already, so a bit of a break before qualifying is granted.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and that's Irfan Haikal down.
Yeah, and then turn 15. Gosh, and he hasn't set a lap time yet either. A lot of riders are leaving this really late. A lot of them have not set lap times. Only 12 riders have set a lap time.
Yeah, This is a really strange session we're looking at here.
Davino has an Hutri, Irfan Aikal, Andi Farid, Chandra, Aiki, Kritapat, Galang Hendra, Izam Iqmal, Gao Xiang. That was all the first group that went out. And the second RB went back in, everyone decided to go back in. And they're leaving this really late. And I wonder tactically why. Like, they should have at least set a couple of fast laps, come back in, and then if you want to follow RB, do that afterwards.
That's it, especially, well, Astra Honda are so strategically canny.
Yeah.
You would have thought that they would have banked some early fast laps, but no. It's all going to come down. They're just starting an out lap now, so it's going to come down to the last 6 or 7 minutes, basically.
They really wanted to throw the other teams off if I'd been RB. Park the bike, walk in, quickly run back out once everyone's gone back in and set your own lap.
Yeah, so Mick starting to look lively there as he mixes it with the Kawasaki's Vandy Fadley and Aiki Iyoshi. Aiki Iyoshi's so close to bagging a win last year, 2024, here at Sepang. It wasn't to be, but those Kawasaki's have got an extra 300 RPM, which is going to make a difference for those 4-cylinder screamers. The other green bike in there is that one, Gao Zhang for Team One for All. It's a Yamaha.
If the checker flag were to come out, the wildcard Rintaro Takemoto for TY Antares would be starting from pole position, because he's one of the few riders who at the start got busy with it, including Fadelaga, Sani and Cal Vietnam, who decided now's the time to pull the pin, set the fast lap early on, don't be bothered with what's going on in pit lane.
Yeah, somebody just needs to do that now. Izam Iqmal currently third, so he's not showing too many signs of wear and tear. Galang Hendra also up there.
Yeah, it's good to see Galang Hendra happy at the front there. Fadel Gassani, another one who's been good in this session. Tiwa Antares, 2 bikes in the top 4.
Yeah, those replacement riders doing a really good job.
This is RB.
Way down the order there.
Yeah. Davino and RB both haven't set any lap times yet. Here comes RB now with a train of riders behind him. Cal Vietnam, Fadel Musavi right behind RB.
Okay, that's an out lap, so let's see how this one works out. He's got clear track in front of him. He's got 2 rev cuts.
Chandra Herma one as well. He's 4th in line within this group.
Yeah, Chandra was quite quiet yesterday.
He was, yeah. Here comes RB now. So RB for his first flying lap in this session. Likewise for Chandra. RB in the first sector. He's just a 10th off. So this thing, we might not even see a 222 at this rate because everyone's scattered around and you have few groups packed in different areas of the circuit. Tiwa Antares there getting ready to receive the bike, so it looks like their session might be done and dusted. Rintaro Takamoto's done 4 laps. He is in pit lane.
Yeah, Tiwa Antares looking like one of the better organised teams out there at the moment.
Indeed. Kritapat has just gone up into 3rd, so Kritapat now finally setting in a faster lap time, 2:26.1, but we are still more than 2 seconds slower than yesterday.
Rintaro coming out now on the number 81.
This will be interesting. Rintaro Takamoto improves his lap time by just about a second. Well, over a second actually. Yesterday he only managed a 2:26.
Yeah.
So good work from Rintaro.
Very much so, and the time's ticking down. He's just going to get probably 2 flying laps in.
Davino's gone up into 3rd, so Davino Brittani. Yesterday he was 8th fastest in combined practice. Now Davino goes up into 8th. Izam Iqmal drops to 5th, so we have 5.5 minutes left. For RB, it's not looking too good. He has no slipstream and he has 3 riders behind him looking to take advantage. RB currently provisional 4th on this lap, so what's going to happen in the next lap? Will he get a bit of slipstream in front of him? Fadil Mushavi getting good chunk of slipstream. Chandra Hermawan has come through and Cal Vietnam goes to the back of this pack. Chandra set the fastest 1st and 2nd sector. Chandra I think Chandra's going to go right to the top. He's going to get good slipstream behind RB, and there he goes, side by side with Fadil RB Aritama. 2:24.2 for Chandra Hermawan. He goes to the top. Rintaro second. And where's RB gone? RB is
Chandra arrives, but yeah, RB, as we were saying, you'd expect these riders to bank fast lap earlier in the session. He didn't. He's currently third quickest, but he's a second off that time of Chandra. And Chandra's in the same group, so they're not going to do the championship leader any favours, that's for sure.
And you can see Chandra, the second RB, took back at the front of the group. He was in no hurry to go back in front of it, so RB now looking around. RB knows that wasn't anywhere near good enough. 2:25.7. That is a whole 2.5 seconds slower nearly than what he did yesterday, so he needs to find a fast back, and these riders are now cruising through 10, 5 and 6.
Yeah, as I said, they're not going to do him any favours. This is the best we've seen of Fadil as well. He's currently provisional front row, third quickest. Just pushed RB down.
And Chandra yesterday was 12th fastest, and 2:25.1 was his fastest. Now he's at a 24.210 in that group. So that was a really good job done by Chandra Hermawan. Here comes Rintaro Takemoto though, but he has no slipstream. Can he improve any more? Imagine that, Rintaro Takemoto.
This is really good work by Takemoto. He was at the top. He came out. He knows he's only got a couple of flying laps, and he's going for it. He's still on provisional front row.
Yeah, Rintaro Takemoto could be the wildcard rider that starts from the front. That would be amazing to see. Davino Brittani pushes his teammate down into 5th. He goes into 4th. 25.6 for Davino.
And RB not showing anything from this lap so far. This is really good work from Antares and Rintaro Takemoto. Fadil's teammate Fadil Agasani currently down in 11th, but improving on this lap as well. Chandra Hermawan 2:24.2 at the top, and somebody went wide there. Didn't cause any issues for anybody behind him. Eyes on Takemoto. Still in P2. Checkered flag comes out in just over 2 minutes from now.
Rintaro's improving through sector 2. Tell you what, Rintaro might just try and solidify his position in second.
RB's trying as well. Sorry, Daniel. Kritapat's trying as well, but not succeeding.
RB's not going any faster. Who's on a fast lap here? Daniel Shami. Daniel Shami's on a rapid lap. He's going to go up into the top 6 by the looks of it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, after his performance yesterday, I was looking for Shami. And there he is, resplendent in those Uma Racing purple colours. So eyes on the number 57.
Oh, Daniel Shami goes second, so he pushes Rintaro Takemoto down into 3rd. Daniel Shami on provisional front row for now. In 4th now is Murabil Vitoni after his crash earlier on, so Murabil goes provisional 2nd row.
And this is the final flying lap.
Oh, and RB went into pit lane. He's only just come out, so RB won't be able to improve on 9th place. The championship leader down in 9th.
Well, for the neutrals, this is good for the championship. As we just watch Aiki Oshi going through there, we lost track of Aiki Oshi. He's down in 12th currently, 1.7 seconds off the best time of Chandra Hermawan.
Oh, Murabil, he's just set the fastest first sector. Aiki as well is on a really good lap. This is not done yet.
Yeah, Murabil Vitoni, he was always such a good qualifier in every category we've ever seen him in. After that early error as well at turn 15. Nice recovery from the young Indonesian. I'll be looking around. He's got no chance now of getting a good starting position. That'll make things interesting.
Aiki has Daniel Shami just a little bit in front of him, so he might benefit from the slipstream from Denachami at the back straight. Kritapat is also improving, so this is far from done. Rintaro Takamoto's dream front row in his wildcard appearance might be a threat now, but he is improving as well.
Yeah, Mirabel looks as though he's on course to put himself on the front row. 49 is Kritapat.
Now suddenly we have fast riders all in the line as we approach the back straight. Murubel Vitoni still only a 10th off from Chandra Hermawan's time. They form up on the back straight now. Leading this line of riders is Denachami, so Denachami won't be improving, but Aiki Yoshi does get the slipstream behind Denachami, so watch out, Aiki Yoshi might bump up into the top 5.
Yeah, Murabel and Kritapat are running together. They're just ahead of RB. As they come through, both of them looking to improve. This has been a really good lap so far for Murabel.
Oh, someone's gonna find at the back there. Aiki goes 4th.
Aiki Yoshi comes through.
Murubel Vitoni goes fastest.
Yeah.
Kritapat into 3rd. So the championship contenders, besides Fadila RB,
And that ended miserably for Rintaro Takamoto. He was at or near the top for so much of that session, but faded at the end. That looks like a little runoff perhaps for the Japanese replacement rider.
look at what we have here. The championship contenders, Murubel Vitoni, Kritapat, Kritapat, they are in the top 3. The top in the AP 250 is down in 10th. Fadila RB has a lot of work to do. The hope for RB is we're going to have one large group and he can slowly make his way up, but not easy for him.
Yeah, this season we have been seeing very big groups in this category, so let's see. But on that sensational last lap, Murubel Vitoni set a 2:24.182. That guarantees him pole position for this afternoon. And after a quiet day yesterday, Chandra Hermawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia came through really well. He will start from the middle of the front row, and alongside him, Kritapat Kankum for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Daniel Sharmi came through well for Uma Racing Yamaha, their first season in this category. He'll start from 4th, Rintaro Takamoto 5th, 6th, Aiki Yoshi, the faster of the Kawasaki's, Fadil Musyavi, good session from him, he'll start 7th, and 8th for TI and Torres Racing Team. He will start from the 3rd row as well. Davino Brittani will start 9th. His teammate Fadila RB for Ashra Honda, well, alongside him, the championship leader starting 10th, 11th Galang Hendra Pratama, 12th Chao Vietnam, Izam Iqmal, who had a bad crash yesterday, recorded 2:26. He will start 13th. Gao Jiang for Team One for All, good session for him. Aldiaz Axel for Yamaha Baf Yamalube starts 15th. Kayum for Cardinals Factory Racing, replacing Faraz Putra, starts 16th. Andy Mohammed Fadli on the Kawasaki starts 17th. 18th, Vietnam's Tonam Pu. 19th from the Philippines, Jacob Sablaya. Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam starts 20th. Kamin Kintal will start 21st for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Starting 23rd, Johan Reeves Emmanuel just arrived from Spain. He did a 2:28. Jazul Jarami from Singapore for Team ACR will start 24th. 25th, Long Nan Zi. Yu Gao Yuan for Team One for All, 26th, and there was no time recorded, unfortunately, for Irfan Heikel, so he will start from the back of the grid. Race 1 this afternoon. So that was quite a difficult session to keep tabs on. Nothing happened basically in the first half of the session, and then it all went. Let's have another look at exactly what happened there. This was during the first half of the session, when it really was difficult to pick out what was going on. There's Davino Brittani. Nowhere really at this stage of the session. Jacob Sablaya. That was a workmanlike session for him. Johan Reeves Emmanuel doing well to figure out where exactly in the world he was. This is Murubel Vitoni. This was towards the end of the session. He was trying to get clear, trying to get himself some room, some frustration. Led to him running off. Also off there was Irfan Haikal. That destroyed his chances of a good start. Kridipat Cancun came through, and the last stint of the session, which was a very short one of just a few minutes, 7 or 8 minutes. And this is Fadila Arbi trying to find some track position, but he was mixed up with Fadil Musyavi, the 571, and Chandra Hermawan. They weren't doing him any favours, so he dropped back. He will start from the P10 this afternoon, but it was all eyes on Murugul Vitoni. We know what a good qualifier he is. Daniel Sharmi coming through really strongly late on as well. But at the finish, it was Chandra Hermawan took pole position with a 2:24.2. So starting from pole is Murugul, and we will go to Daniel, who is with the Indonesian.
All right, Robbie, from crash in qualifying and then you got back on and straight to pole. What a way to finish qualifying session. How's that qualifying in the heat of the morning here in Sepang?
Ya, tadi tema awal tadi sangat kesusahan karena saya terjatuh di air terakhir, namun saya bisa bangkit lagi dan masuk pit, perbaiki motor dan berusaha gabung dengan grup, dan alhamdulillah kualifikasi ini bisa ke 1.
So he's saying he was happy after the crash. He managed to go back into pit, get the bike fixed, put in some hard work, and he managed to get on pole for qualifying. Big congratulations to you. Good luck for the race.
It's a glorious Saturday morning here at Sepang International Circuit, just outside of Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. And we are right into the meat of this morning's qualifying session. Race 1, of course, coming this afternoon. Right now we are at the beginning of the 30-minute qualifying session for the SuperSport 600 class. Virtually perfect conditions outside, just the slightest breath of a breeze. Sunny, it is hot out there. And after yesterday, the rider showing really good form, and the only rider getting into the 209s was local rider, local superstar, Kazma Kazmayuddin. He did 209s in both the first and final sessions. But all the usual suspects were there or thereabouts. Adinata Putra, who had a crash in the second practice session. He was solid all the way through, as you would normally expect. These bikes coming through now, the first riders out of the pits coming through to start their first flying laps. There is Tanat Longpliao. He put the work in yesterday, although surprisingly ended up only 9th quickest, best time of 2:11. And Drakupat Pudisan, best time for him of 2:12. So lots of scope for those Honda Thailand racing team CBR 600s to improve. But we did see, we know that Tanat goes well here at Sepang. We know his quality. So let's see what he can do in this qualifying session. Qualifying rear tyres available for the SuperSport class, as well as the ASB 1000s. So we'll be keeping our eyes peeled to see who decides to go out on qualifying tyres. Sometimes we see riders going out early, don't we, Daniel? But let's just keep a watch out.
What do you think would be the best move? In my head, it would be to do a couple of laps just to make sure your setup is good and quickly get on the qualifying race before this heat really kicks up on track.
I think so too. I'd always lean in favour of doing the qualifiers early.
I think if it was cooler temperatures like Japan, you can take the risk of doing a slightly longer stint before you set your qualifiers on, but the heat today, I can tell you from just interviewing Murabil, I can't imagine how hot the track is right now.
He looked like he'd been caught in a tropical storm. Bless him. But what a session he had in that crash with 11 minutes remaining. And then came through to pole position. That was quite something. So we'll be seeing more of that this afternoon, that's for sure. In the AP250 class now, we're on board with the 600s. 46 there. Winner last time out in Mandalika, Herjanatna Firdaus. And behind him, championship leader Adinata Putra. And the third of the Astra Honda CBR 600s is in the hands of Reza Danica Arens. Reza still not looking so comfortable on the 600s. Former double AP250 champion. The number 63 going through there into turn 1 is Sharafuddin Azman. And there's one of his two teammates, Karaluddin Pawi, on the number 44. Kip did a best time of 2:10.6 yesterday. Sharafuddin, or Damok as he's known locally, did a 2:10.9. The riders improving their times in this very early stage of the session. There's the third of the three, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
That's what I thought. Qualifying race was 209.6 from Helmi Azman.
That is a very, there he is, yeah, on qualifiers. We have seen this before with Helmi.
It's a bold move to head out straight away on qualifying tyres.
Yeah, just something instinctively I like about the confidence that it shows.
Yeah.
And just the, you know, the aggressive strategy to get out there.
And it shows the trust he has in the mechanics to make sure that that bike is set up the way he wants it to be. And it's a bold move though.
What do you think around this 5.5 kilometer circuit? What kind of benefit are you going to get? Is it going to be a full second?
Yeah, I mean, it's been proven about a second, and I would think the real benefit is in turns like 5 and 6 with the SuperSports bike. You can see where the rear kicks out there for Kasma. It will just give you that little bit of extra edge grip. So I think that's really where the benefit is with these qualifying rears.
So maybe a second, a lap.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you discount that second for Helmi, and Carolyn and Powie seems to have good pace, so he's not on qualifiers.
You can see Kasma's flying lap now. He's only 3/10 off Helmi's time, so Kasma on normal race rubber could provisionally. Well, it looks like he's going to be doing a sub 2:10 again.
Yeah, he's really pushing now. I guess if you're really confident, you could do most of the session for a race setup like this, and then break everybody's hearts by putting the qualifier on with 5 minutes to go, or 10 minutes to go maybe.
Indeed. Ooh, Kip has just set in the fastest sector 1, so let's follow Kasma first as he completes his first flying lap. Kasma on race rubber has done the fastest of 2:09.8 this weekend. Comes across the line now 2:10.5, so not bad, but Kasma knows he can do a lot more just on the race tires.
Yep, we saw him in the 209s. Kip in the 209s now. 209.8, that's the best time we've seen on race tyres. Another group here, that's Anupab Samun, the number 500 at the top. He's got Ferozi Torikatula. Wayne Agroho was really quick yesterday. There goes
Kip's on qualifiers. That's where the huge jump in time came for him.
Yeah. I was wondering whether it was an individual rider choice from the Honda Malaysia team. It's a strategy.
Might be team strategy. I mean, we've seen them have disagreements with each other in the past, and maybe Bunsu Honda Idemitsu Malaysia just thought, you know what, scrap all of that. We'll work together and let's move forward. Damok is one as well that's been out, but we don't see him in the picture with Helmi and Kip. Well, there he is now, actually, Damok there at the back. Oh, Kip! A bit of a reverse situation between Anupab and Helmi. This time around, Anupab and Kip.
So another lap completed.
Kasma's in
the 210.8.
That's Helmi done, 209.6.
Yeah, maximum of 3 laps on the qualifying rear. Oh, and down goes Wayne Agroho. Not on race rubber. He's okay, he's running to pick his bike up. It's the most important thing, but that's given him a challenge for the rest of the session.
That's at turn 1, and you can see that the tail just gets a bit wild. Oh, he is on the race compound, so at least his qualifying rear hasn't been used, but that was that's a crash from a long way back. That is a fast crash for Wahyu. It's good to see that he is okay.
Yeah, that's one of those. That would have felt like a slow motion crash to him.
Yeah. You can see how much heat is in those tires.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. On Bell, still on mediums.
I think as of right now, it's only been the Honda Racing Malaysia boys who have set laps on their qualifying rears. Again, it's a tactic that we've come used to with Idemitsu Honda Malaysia.
Yeah, but so far, looking at race form race pace. Casper Daniel, who topped the sheets yesterday, is the quickest. Qualifying rubber yet to come for the Hong Yong rider.
2:10.4 in his previous lap, so it's not really as quick as he was yesterday, but still, for this session, that's already a pretty quick time. Everyone else struggling as well on the race rubber in this heat.
Yeah. This is going to be the last flyer for Kip. Okay, well, that was the last lap for Kip on the qualifying tyre. And Park trundles in after him, so let's see, as we still got 17 minutes remaining, so more than half this 30-minute session, who rolls the dice with qualifying tyres for the next stint. It's going to be a break for Kip as he walks into the garage while they change the race rubber. Change to race rubber. See Wayne Agroho's bike. Oh no, that's the 23 of McKinley Carl Paz.
Cosman just came across and he sets a 2-minute 10.7, so going a bit backwards in this session.
Yeah, so for Astra Honda, championship leader Adinanta Putra, you would expect him to qualify either, I'm going to guess, P3 or P4. That would seem to be about the form for him. We know that he focuses on race setup more than qualifying position. Currently fourth with a 2:10.8. Yesterday, 2:10.5 was his best time in the third session. Number 15 there is the German Rocco Sessler, 16 years old. Just having a cheeky look up the inside of the championship leader. So Rocco continues. Adinanta comes into the pits, so let's keep our eyes also on the Astra Honda pit. See when they go for the qualifiers. Setup really important for Rocco Sessler. He told me when we were in Mandalika that he struggles early in the race. He lacks confidence on the front earlier in the race. Helmi Asman not visibly lacking any confidence whatsoever. He's done his rear qualifier, 2:09.6, and he's on provisional pole. Casper Daniel might have something to say about that when he comes out on qualifiers.
Yeah, I must say it's very on brand for Adinanta Putra to be in P4 right now. But he does still have the qualifying race, so we'll see. But the consistency of Adinanta, he's always in the top 5, he's always in that region, and race pace wise he's brilliant. So he won't be too concerned, and yeah, timing wise he's been decent all throughout each session.
Yeah, he just looks like a rider executing a plan.
Yeah.
So we're not close enough to see any of those green stripes on the tyres at the moment, but for sure we will be seeing some very soon. There's Anupab. He could be one of those riders coming out on a qualifier. So far, 6th quickest in the session for the experienced Thai rider. We have, of course, in ARRC seen him do a couple of seasons in ASB 1000. That famous pairing he had for Yamaha Racing Thailand with Apiwat Wongtananon. World Supersport as well on his resume. And the Thai Hondas are in the pits as well. Who's out? I think nobody, because I think Rocco Sessler's come in as well. There is Kazma, Yeah, calm and collected.
And Rocco has just rolled into pit lane, so yeah, it's gone really quiet around the Sepang International Circuit right now.
It is the entire field.
Yep.
Stopped. So let's see, for the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, it's going to be a race setup stint coming up next for sure. For many of the other riders, it's going to be a qualifying stint. Of the quick riders, Wayu Nugroho has crashed, so we're looking to him as well to see what he can do on qualifiers.
Look at the heat coming off from the track.
Yes.
It is blazingly hot. This morning during the TVS session, the temperatures around Sepang have already risen to 34 degrees Celsius according to the track gauges.
Yeah, and now it's just not even 11 o'clock here in Sepang. Absolutely baking. I think air temperatures hit, what, 41 yesterday?
Yeah, it reached 41. It's unbelievably hot.
Yeah, so track's going to be 60.
That's Kip. Don't think he'll be too satisfied with his session in the qualifying race, 209.8.
He needs to just focus on race setup now. We know his quality. Khalid and Powie, best result has been incredibly, we've only seen him on the podium once this season with a P2. Helmy's got a smile on his face, that usually bodes well for his race performance.
Yeah, I think Helmy's happy that he's put the bike on top, but at 209.6, I just don't think that's near enough for Helmy Asman.
Yeah, and again, only one podium for Helmy. It was a win, but this is very unusual. We're at 4 rounds completed.
Yeah, this was a season where I thought we would see the best of Helmy Asman, but it's not looking like it yet.
Well, 1/3 of the season remains, to make it sound longer. 4 races. Nobody breaking the silence yet. Oh, and as I speak, I think that's Shajin Tong coming out.
Yeah.
Chakrapat and Tanat are trundling out. You can be sure that these riders are all on qualifying rear tyres. 10.5 minutes remaining to the checkered flag. So Tanat, Chakrapat, Shajin Tong, first riders to break the silence for this second stint. It always amazes me how fresh that Malaysian flag always looks on the grass there.
It's taken care of very well.
There you go, there is the air temperature, 31 degrees.
Yeah, I'll have a look at the track gauges later on, and I'll see what the track readings are saying. Because compared to what my weather apps are saying and this one as well, the gauges on track side are much higher.
Yeah, I mean, as the heat comes up, probably where will we be with track temperatures? In the early 40s at the moment?
Oh, definitely higher. I would dare to say that track temps now 55. I'll have a word with Sal downstairs and we'll see, but Sepang in this heat, I would reckon 50 plus easily.
Yeah, I would have said by the time we get to midday, it's going to be up there. We are very near the airport here at Sepang International Circuit. Super convenient, so if you're anywhere in the Southeast Asia region and fancy a really entertaining weekend's racing, it's not too late. And entry is free.
You could still book a flight and make it in time for
absolutely
today's race, depending where you're coming from, but definitely tomorrow's.
Yep, and pit walk tomorrow. Full hour and a quarter allocated for the pit walk, and They're always like a carnival here at Sepang. So coming up to start a flying lap are the two Honda Thailand Racing Team CBRs of Tanat Longpliao and Jakrapat Pudisan. Open the gas, off they go. 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. They were both well down the order yesterday.
Oh, Tanat's been it. Tanat's gone down at turn 1. Oh, he lost the rim mid-turn. That is an unfortunate incident for Tanat. He was riding Jakipa, but it looks like not too much damage on the bike. Is his foot peg still on? This is what happened. He just tips the bike in. And just as he gets onto the gas, that rear tire... Oh, he lost the front, actually.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, the front just folded.
Oh,
Mid-corner. That's
bizarre.
Yeah, that's a really strange one.
He was online. It looked everything looked fine. The good news is for Atana, it looks like his bike is relatively okay. I think foot peg's still on, so he might be able to push on for his final 2 push laps. They do get 3 flying laps on his bike. He's looking down, so I think it might be a bit
good there, yeah.
Ooh, that could be a disaster for Atana qualifying wise.
Yeah, he's got no time. So that's Kip and Shirafuddin Asman out of course on race tyres because they've done their qualifiers, and Kip just finding the edge grip limits there through turn 15.
Again, Kip and Damok working together, but Helmi wants to work alone. We started seeing this since Muteki.
Yeah, we have, you're right. Used to be formation flying, now not so much. Especially when Asroy was in the class.
Yeah.
That chemistry just seemed to work really well. Shirafuddin having a push.
Big moment there for Damok. Damok goes faster in sector 3 and sector 1. Is Damok on qualifying? Damok is on qualifying race, so Kip is being a bit of a helping hand for Damok right now. Oh, Helmi's gone down.
Helmi's gone down, and
that's a big one. That's at turn 2.
Ooh.
That's a big crash for Helmi Asman. He's just come out from pit lane.
Yeah, that's literally just straight out of pit lane. We were just saying he's coming out on his own, and next thing you know, he's down and looking hurt.
So this is him coming out of pit lane. This is just getting temperature into the brakes. He goes into turn 1, and everything's fine.
That's it.
Flips to the left for turn 2. It looked like a high side. Yeah. Oh, that's a massive high side.
Oh, and he got a whack from the bike as well on the way down.
That's so sudden. What?
Yeah.
It looked... I mean, the only thing I can imagine that early on is there was oil in the tire. There's no way that a tire just loses grip that easily without even being pushed.
That's really strange. And you could see from the body language of the crew in Helmi's pit that they couldn't figure it out either.
Oh, that's bizarre. I really hope Helmi's okay.
So Shirafuddin Asman, Damok making his way. He's the only rider from that Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia stable on qualifiers.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's going to go up on top, and there we go, 209.555. The thing about Damok, he might not have pace in practice, but in qualifying, he is brilliant. That one fast lap, Damok always finds it.
Yeah, so mixed feelings in the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia pit box, as you can see there. Everybody hoping that Helmi Asman is okay. Adananta is at the front of this group, coming down the back straight.
Rocco there waiting for some riders to go in front of him.
Yeah, Wayne Agroho's back out after his tumble.
These riders left it late. There's only 4 minutes left in qualifying, so they're only going to get 2 flying laps.
2 laps here, they're all in a group, so this is going to be a really gripping end to the session.
Damok's going quicker in sector 1, so Damok is getting faster and faster. We might see a lower 209 coming up. Yeah. Kasma still yet to set his lap. and the rest of the, well, the entirety of the grid. Only Idemitsu Honda Malaysia have put on the qualifying rears for Helmi and Kip.
Yeah. There is Anupab scattering a curious seagull into the distance. He's got Wayu Nugroho behind him. Wayu so good yesterday, second quickest on combined times.
And the worrying concern for Anupab and Adinanta, they're not going anywhere near quick enough through Sector 1. Wayu Nugroho as well, and yeah, it's just not happening for them. They might have left it a bit too late. Where's Kasma? He's still on his down lap, so Kasma might only get one flying lap at this rate.
Yeah, this is strange from Kasma. We thought he would make that late entry on qualifiers, but he's got no time. There's 2.5 minutes remaining, and it takes at least around 2 minutes and 10 seconds to get around.
These two are going to get in each other's way. Wahyu has so much better exit speed. They're not giving each other enough room, so look at that. You can see Wahyu just has to throttle off a little bit.
Yeah, he needs to get in front of Anupab. Anupab hasn't had the pace this weekend.
That was bizarre. They all came out together as if it was Underbones, and they came in one pack. It's just unnecessary on a super sports machine.
Kasma making a move on this lap.
Oh, that is a good Sector 1 indeed. Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3, and Sector 4 where Kasma is strong. So Kasma, despite coming out super late for his qualifying race, he might just make it for a second lap. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Anupab getting a little bit out of shape there. These two have been getting in the way, as you said, Daniel. Erjan Atner goes through, number 46. He's improving, but
not enough. Wayu Nugroho 209.935, Anupab 210.2. Here comes Kasma. Sector 3 is a quick one. He's 2/10 faster than anyone in Sector 3.
yeah, we saw this coming. Let's see if he can clinch it with a good Sector 4. Chances are that he will. Here he is coming down the back straight, coming into the braking zone for turn 15. He's on his own, nobody to obstruct him. This is a very well judged move. Very well judged strategy for Kasma, and he's got one more flying lap after this one.
Oh, it's done it. It's a 209.195 for Kasma, Daniel. There we go, and he has one more lap left with no traffic in front of him. Kasma can improve even further on this, and no one else is even near to equaling his Sector 1 time. So Wahyu and Anupab, as well as Adinanta, all improving, but Kasma, here he begins his second flying lap.
Kasma has nailed it. There's Damok, Shurufud and Asman provisionally second on the front row. It's not going to make a difference this time. Adinanta is improving. And Damok comes in. That's as good as it's going to get for him.
Kasma's going quicker in Sector 1. Kasma, a whole 10th faster than anyone.
Yeah, this is and a very good Sector 2 as well for the Honglong Yamaha. Checkered flags out, and we have Wayu Nugroho, Adinanta Putra improving out on track. This group getting in there, getting in each other's way a little bit. There is Anupab. Last time around for these guys. Ooh. There goes Wayu.
Adinanta goes into fourth. So fourth is the best that Adinanta can hope for now. And I think he will remain there.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be joined on the second row by Caroline Mpawi and Wayu Nugroho, who's recovered well from that crash. But
Kasma's not done.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to get a slight toe from Rocco Sessler. So story might not be done yet. Kasma might just launch himself into the 208s. Here comes Kasma, Daniel, with the slipstream behind Rocco. Will it be a 208? Oh, it's a 209.3. I think it's just too hot for those Dunlop rears.
Yeah, he's done really well. So he will start from pole position. Let's have another look at what happened to Helmi Asman.
So he just tips the bike into the left.
Here he goes, yeah. Over to the left. Watch that.
Oh, no, it must be oil or something. There's no way that he just lost the rear that early on.
Nothing on the track, though. No fluid on the track.
Yeah, I suspect it's on the tire.
Another angle. But look how high that bike goes.
Oh,
And it whacks down on his left arm. Ouch. Oh,
that's horrifying.
no wonder he stayed where he landed. Oh, but provisionally he's third and will start from the front row. Well, horrifying stuff for Helmi Asman. Hope that wasn't as bad as it looks for the Malaysian. Well, Kazma Daniel, 209.195 was his pole setting time. Perfectly judged session for Kazma. Sharifuddin Asman next up for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Then it's Helmi, who we hope will be okay. And then Adinanta Putra starting from, as we anticipated, P4. Next to him, Caroline Pau will start 5th. Wayne Agroho completes the 3rd row. And then starting from 7th is Ferozi Torakatula. Next to him, Anupab Sarmoon for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Erjan Atner, winner last time out at Mandalika, will start 9th. Next to him, teammate for Astra Honda, Reza Danica RNs. And then Tanat Longplau, another crasher in that session. He's going to start 11th. His teammate, Jack Rapat, will start 12th. Rocco Seslid, best time of a 2:12 dead, starts 13th. Quiet session there for McKinley Carl Paz. It didn't all go Kyle's way. He's going to start 14th. Xiaojin Tong, 2:13.761. That's a pretty good improving time for the Chinese rider. And there's no time for Kitsudar. I don't think he's fit and here this weekend. Haven't seen him at all. But what a session for Kazma Daniel. He was fastest on combined times yesterday and fastest in qualifying today. So far, touch wood, it's been a perfect weekend. But business time is yet to come. We'll take a look at that session one more time. It was a dramatic one with everything left very, very late. These were the early riders out, and we saw the two Honda Racing Thailand CBRs running together early in the session. They would come out later, but it wasn't to end well for Tanat. But workmanlike early session there for the two Thai Hondas. Soon we would see the first riders out on qualifiers, but this was Kazma. He put in some quick early laps in race trim, running medium front, medium rear, and he would keep his powder dry for the qualifiers for very late in the session. But at this point he was 3rd quickest on race tyres. This was Wayne Agroho's crash, number 89. Bike getting away from him under braking for turn 1. There is Tanat about to go down, I think. Here, there he goes into turn 1, loses it. The bike comes right round in really bizarre crash. The front folding halfway through that turn. And then the unfortunate Helmi Asman, who was very quick in that session. He went into turn 2 and it all went skywards. He took a bad knock on the way down, and once again we hope he is okay. Marshall's getting on the scene really fast. Concern, of course. I really don't want to see any more replays of that. Oh, the way that landed on his left wrist was horrific. And Sharifuddin Asman, this was a good session for him. He really made the most of his qualifying tyres on the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia bike. Check in. But here was Kazma coming out late. He just got 2 laps on the qualifying tyres. but he would come across with that 209.1 to claim pole position.
So Cosmo, nearly
and
the
Daniel's
perfect
ready.
weekend so far. P1 in combined practice, P1 in qualifying. Just one more step to make it the perfect weekend after this. So tell us, how was qualifying out there? Because we saw some scary moments for a few riders, but how was it out there for you?
For me, today the track condition was quite different than yesterday, and the grip for today is lost too much grip because also the weather is quite hot and also feeling like the track have some humidity and some dirty place, but it's okay. I'm happy also I can get a pole position, continue again, and like before. So for the race, I just hoping that I can try to focus and on my mindset and try to just keep on the track always.
Thank you so much, Cosmo. Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu engine oils are
Well, welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. We are here for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's a beautiful sunny morning with just a few clouds in the sky. And after 2 qualifying sessions this morning, we are into the decisive part of qualifying for the Underbone 150s. That is the Super Bowl shootout for the top 10 riders from qualifying this morning. They go out in reverse order, and the second rider out was Wayuaji Trilaksana. Great to see him in with a shot with Super Pole. He holds the qualifying lap record here. Pirapong Louis Bumpeng out for Team One for All as well. So they have 1 out lap. If you're not familiar with this, but this goes back to the similar format we used to see in World Superbikes way back in the day, where they get 1 out lap, 1 flying lap, and 1 slowing down lap. The idea in a class like this, where slipstream can be so important for quick lap times is to isolate the performance of each rider and machine. Missing, unfortunately, from the lineup here is 2023 champion Nazrul Bahoudin, who was thrown over the high side yesterday in practice when his engine failed. So we wish speedy recovery to Nazrul, who's broken a collarbone and shoulder blade, I think, as well. So that was a real nasty one. So Wayuaji, who set up this Race Tech 60 team, this is the 3rd season. And as well as him continuing to run at the front, he's brought Aditya Fauzi through last season, and this season Dimas Juliat Moko, who was quickest in combined practice yesterday. Here's the defending champion, the number 222, Fahmi Bassam, on his outlap. Okay, so that's Hafiz Faril Rashidan just starting his flying lap, braking for turn 1. Here comes Wayuaji, they go off at 20-second intervals. See Wayuaji as well, peeping through the left side of that fairing. Bong Nui Bumpeng comes through to start his flying lap.
Pirapong using the more conventional, shall we say, tucking in method.
Yeah, that's it. He's small in stature, Pirapong, so I guess it's easier. Fahmi Bassam looking like creating a lot more wind resistance with those legs out, but didn't stop him winning the championship last year, so what do we know?
Yeah. Wayuaji's just set the fastest first sector time. Wayuaji knows Sepang very well. Wants a lap record. Fancy a good Super Bowl position here.
Yeah, the number 96, unfortunately, however well he does in this Super Bowl session, is going to have to start from pit lane this afternoon, as he was awarded a slow riding penalty for slow riding yesterday. So unfortunate for him, but at least he gets put on display in this Super Bowl. And actually, given the slipstreaming and the nature of this kind of racing, it's not the end of the world to start from the back of an Underbone 150 grid.
Yeah, the struggle will be because it is from pit lane that group just gets past in time. He will definitely miss the slip of air to reach them.
Yeah, Fahmi looking like he's going to be an early leader in this Super Bowl competition. Quickest through the first 2 sectors. Dimas Julie, no surprise there, he's looking quick as well. Oh, sorry, Dimas Julie.
That is sort of come up with this Super Bowl order. Come press across Hafiz Faril. 38.4, that's just not going to be enough. Here comes Wayuaji now. Wayuaji looks like he might go slightly quicker, but again, lap time today much slower than we expected. 238.013 for Wayuaji. Fahmi Bassam's going to come even quicker. But first off, it's Pirapong Nui Bumpeng. And Dimas Julie, he's on a really hot one. Fastest sector 2 and 3 from Dimas.
Yeah, Pirapong stops the clock at 2:37.
He goes provisional top by nearly a second.
But Fahmi might have something to say about that. He's going to complete his lap now.
Oh, there we go, 235.524 from Fahmi Bassam. A whole second and a half faster than Pirapong Nui Bumpeng. What happened to Wayuaji on that lap? He's 2.5 seconds off. There's Dimas Julie with the interesting tucking in method. across he comes. Dimas Julie goes top, 235.522.
Yeah, but shaking his head there, Dimas Julie.
Yeah, again,
Perhaps he thought he had something else.
I don't think it's too bad because everyone else is pretty much stuck in this timing. And I don't think, well, again, you never know with Akid Afif, Husni and Gubita coming up next, and Fazul Sham. They might be able to completely destroy the pack, but around 235.5 is the fastest lap time.
So that's the job done until race 1 this afternoon, which is scheduled to be coming your way at around 1:45 this afternoon local time. These riders are going to be out in the next session. You're looking at the machines of FIFAM Ran and Kid Aziz. Kid Aziz just closest to us, number 13. They'll be in the second group of 5 to go out. Also in that group, Ahmad Fazrul Sham, winner of race 2 this time last year. That was his last win in Underbone 150s. Also see former champion, 2 times champion, Gubita Krishna. He will be out in this second group, as will the championship leader, Husni Zainul Fauzi. They gathered there just at the technical area. They hold them there before they're summoned to the exit of pit lane, and then they return there for a check over. In the background there, that's Fazrul getting ready to go. A kid always good over 1 lap. But talking about the lap times, Daniel, you mentioned they're a little bit slow. Heard Kasma referred to humidity, track humidity.
Yeah.
I thought that was an interesting phrase, actually.
It's not something you think about, but it kind of makes sense.
It does, yeah.
I mean, we're looking at 37 degrees Celsius already around the track. Track temps at that temperature are easily 50 plus. And maybe there's just a bit too much rubber on the Sepang tarmac currently, which is causing that bit of instability or yeah, it's interesting. The track conditions at Sepang this weekend not exactly favorable for the riders. You can see the heat haze even at any camera angle, at any zoom length. You can see the heat haze. That's how hot it is out there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the riders being the second group of 5, being the 5 quickest from qualifying this morning. First of them out is championship leader. No, he's not. Championship leader's teammate, Gubita Krishna.
Gubita's been on good pace this weekend.
And what a fantastic team that Zaya LFN team have been doing. They've bagged 6 races from 8 so far.
Here's Fazul Sham. He missed out practice 1, but the second he got on the bike in practice 2, he sets in a really good lap time. He's been quick all week. There's the championship leader now, it's Zainul Fauzi for 0LFN HP 969 MCR RBT 34.
Well done. But the sponsors deserve a mention, that's for sure.
Took me a while to memorize that, but it's well earned. Husni, he must have a little bit less pressure now that it's not in Indonesia where he has a chance to win the championship, but there must be a little bit of pressure.
That, yeah, he can't banish that from his mind. And here's a rider we know it can be so quick over one lap. Akida's is just point perfect. And there is his teammate who has been really quick all weekend, FIFAM Ran. So good to see when he's on top form, and he really is at the peak of his form at the moment.
It's Kubica now. On there. Just get some heat into the tyres. How big the Sepang International Circuit is in 15 turns. It doesn't take much to heat up these Dunlop rubbers, the Underbone machines. There's some darker, thicker clouds arriving around the Sepang International Circuit, which is quite a characteristic of Sepang. When you have weather this scorchingly hot, you have the polar opposite arriving.
Yeah, what you want is cloud cover, but what you don't want is what the cloud might contain.
Indeed, yes. Nevertheless, now Sepang, it is dry. Singapore is dry. Fingers crossed, ESB 1000 qualifying as well, dry.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet. I know you sometimes shoot me down in flames on my weather predictions here at Sepang, as you are entitled to do as a local. Right, so Gupita Krishna is on his way. Race winner at Buriram in round 1 of the 2025 season. And here goes Fazrul Sham. Now getting his head down to start his flying lap is championship leader. Set point this weekend for Hasni Zainul Fauzi, the number 143 on your screen right now. Braking for turn 1, downshifting, in he goes. He's going to try and put together a perfect lap. He was he scored 4th and 5th places last time around. He wasn't right at the centre of our attention as he's been this season, but my goodness, now he is. Kidders is. This time last year he was leading the championship as we came into the 5th round at Sepang. And at that point, just to underscore the difference between the two seasons, the kid was leading on 108 points. At this point, Husni is leading on 178 points. It's quite extraordinary.
71. Sector just a little bit, but
Yeah. Husni really quick through sector 1 and sector 2. Looking like he's going to threaten the front. He makes his way through the heat haze down the back straight.
that Kubica would have decided. Shot doing a little bit better. Husni, Kubica's teammate. It's going well, but as you can vote for his top 3, Kubica P6, so he has hit it across with a 2:39, so it's nowhere near good enough for Kubica.
Yeah, nor for this rider, not to snatch pole anyway.
Well, up into 5th, so 5th is the best he can hope for. What about Husni? He's provisionally going to be 3rd. Pirapolu Bumpeng currently sits on 3rd, so let's see Husni as he comes across the line, the championship leader. Oh, he goes first. Where did he find time in the sector 4?
First, but yeah, let's watch now, because this has been a good lap for Akid Aziz. So Husni, who does tend to snatch things from just out of the air, really, but Akid Aziz, this has been a pretty decent lap for him.
He does do
and
it.
he does go top. 234.988.
It's not done yet. Here comes Afif Amran around turn 15. Afif plays that line really, really wide. Is it going to be the dream top 3 start for Super JR? It is.
Yes,
it is Super
yeah.
Fast JRT. 2 riders, first and second. Afif on first, Akid on second, and Afif 234.7. Only the Super Fast JRT riders have managed 234s in Super Pole, and those riders are Afif Amran on pole and Akid in second.
Brilliant work. That was a good lap from Husney, but you could just see on the sector times that Akid Aziz was going to pip him, and that then Afif Amran came through, as you can see, 234.798. Another pole position for Ahmad Afif Amran for Pix Bike Superfast JRT Rapido. And his illustrious teammate Akid Aziz will start alongside him. And completing the front row will be Husni Zainal Fauzi for Zaya LFN HP 969 MCR RBT 34. Dimash Juliet Mocha for Racetech 60 Racing will lead the second row. Next to him, Fahmi Bassam and Pirapong Louis Bimpeng for Team One for All. A good second row start. And Wayuaji Trilaksana leads row 3. He'll start 7th. Fazrul Sham, race winner here this time last year at Sepang, will start in P8. And then just to finish the top 10 from the Super Bowl session, Hafiz Faril Rashidan, 9th quickest. Gupta Krishna was 10th quickest, excuse me, but Hafiz will is carrying a penalty for slow riding, and he will start from pit lane this afternoon. So taking another quick look here is Hafiz Faril Rashidan, the first rider out on the number 96 4S1M Evo machine. Fahmi Bassam came out and looked threatening all the way through as well. And this is Hafiz completing. So this was him completing his Super Pole lap. And he briefly went to the top of the number 96. That's a 238.4, but that would be better. Along came Wayu Ajit Trilaksana. Wayu with the 238. And the times improving. And Team One for All's Pirapong stopped the clock at 237. Then it was Fahmi Bassam, the defending champion, still in with a shout for this year's championship too, no matter how difficult the mathematical odds are. And then as the second group of 5 came out, led by Gupta Krishna, featuring the all-star cast of Akid Aziz, Afif Amran, and we knew Akid Aziz was capable of doing something special in Super Bowl. We've seen him again and again put the perfect laps together when it really counts, and this was a superb lap for him. But just 20 seconds behind him on his way was his teammate Afif Amran, at this point coming through turn 15, having put together some virtually perfect sectors, and he would come through and stop the clock at 234.798 and clinch pole position. Daniel is with our pole winner, and Afif Amran. We'll be talking to him shortly as we just take a look. Bit of cloud cover coming here at Sepang as we look towards the hills, just at the back of the circuit there, but no threat of rain. Daniel isn't here, of course, to shoot me down in flames, but no threat of rain for the ASB 1000 qualifying. That will be coming your way next. But as soon as Fifan Ran has made his way into Parc Fermé, we will be talking to him. So I think we're ready to go with Daniel any moment now. Over to Daniel, who is with our poleman.
All right, Afif, brilliant result for you and the team. Pole at home in Malaysia. So how was the Super Bowl for you, and how was the sessions? Because you seem fast with the team every single session that we've seen you guys.
Okay, first kali syukur Alhamdulillah, selama saya race di Underbone 5.0 saya tak pernah pole. So ni first time saya pole, saya rasa sangat happy. Apapun final race lagi penting. So kita tengok macam mana. Saya tak tahu weather hari ni macam mana, sebab sepan bila masa cuaca boleh rubah. Kadang-kadang weather cakap tak hujan, tapi lagi 5 minit nak race hujan datang. So kita kena standby apa juga keadaan lah. So apapun tidak lupa pada timku yang bekerja keras untuk kali ini. Alhamdulillah, terima kasih semua, dan kita tengok pada final macam mana.
So I was saying he's happy because he's never had a pole position in Underbones, and at the same time him and the team have worked out this weekend, and he said the most important thing will be for the race later on, especially with Sepang. We don't know how the weather is going to be. Within 5 minutes it can change because the forecast might say dry and it might get wet. So big thanks to the team and everyone. So congratulations Afif, good luck for the race later on.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
And there's a very welcome sight on your screens right there, because that is none other than Ryo Mizuno in the JDT garage. He had a heavy crash yesterday that meant that he only did a few laps in practice 1, missed the rest of the day, and honestly we didn't expect to see him again today, but the Japanese rider is made of stern stuff. So for the first time in its short history with the ARRC, JDT is running 2 bikes this weekend. And no sign of pain as Ryo got on his bike there. And he lines up, the klaxon goes, the green flag waves at the end of pit lane. And it's time for qualifying for the ASB 1000 class. Conditions here at Sepang this weekend have been ideal, but as I speak, the skies are getting a little darker. The cloud cover at the moment is welcome, provided those clouds aren't carrying too much water. But there goes Ryo Mizuno, who's really distinguished himself with Ducati in the JSB Championship. He rides in the Premier class there in Japan, and he became recently, in fact in August, the first rider ever to win in the JSB Championship on a Ducati. Coming out onto the circuit there is British rider Joe Francis for Victor Racing. So Ryo Mizuno is out on track. Hafiz Shirin for JDT Racing is still in the garage, and there is Zakwan Zaidi, who along with Hafiz yesterday really impressed. Those 2 riders were quick all the way through, with the advantage very much with Hafiz Shirin, who showed really good pace all the way through. It looked to me, Daniel, yesterday like he was doing race rehearsal in in practice 3.
Yeah, it looked a bit like a race setup that was being done by Hafiz. His longest stints were in practice 2, but let's see what Hafiz has for this session. The clouds above the front, back, straight, turn 9, turn 8, and turn 10, 11, 12 are looking really threatening now, and it's not off brand for Sepang to only be raining in a few turns. So I'm surprised that no one's decided to go on the qualifying rears already.
Yeah, and the flags are fluttering here as well, and the flags were floppy earlier, but that's a surprising sight.
What's going on here?
So now there is one of the quickest riders from yesterday, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, standing in his civvies in the A1 Energy pit box with a smile on his face. It was kind of a wry smile, but go figure. Well, let's keep our eyes on what's going on here. Ryo Mizuno has had very little track time after the crash he had yesterday in the first practice session, and he was one of the very first riders out. But just starting their first flying laps, Lotan Efis, who had a really good session yesterday. He was 3rd quickest on combined times after topping the 2nd practice session in the real peak heat of the afternoon. And there for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia is Zakwan Zaidi, 21, followed by 20. Rookie in the ASB 1000 class this season, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Double winner last time we were here for round 2. So Ryo gets on his way. I just wonder how he's feeling. While you were down there, have you heard anything about his condition, and he spent a lot of yesterday being checked over in hospital.
That's right. The only thing I saw was him just sitting in the paddock, and can't really tell whether he's in pain or not. I'll try and get a word with him later on, but interesting. Hafiz with the medium option. Yeah, Lachlan Epp is 2:07.4, so Lachlan, the first to set in a fast lap time.
Yeah, that's within a second of his best time on his first flying lap, so that bodes well. Two teammates there, Joe and Declan Carberry, Australian coming in, and the number 12 there was a glimpse of Cameron Dunker. Okay, so Hafiz is out of the garage now and giving it a push, even though I think he's on his, oh no, he's on his first flying lap.
Ryu Mizuno's just come in. So there was a moment there at turn 2 for Ryu Mizuno again, he just wasn't comfortable. So we're thinking he wants to make some quick adjustments. Akon Zaidi, 2:05.694. Is Zakwan on qualifying race? He's not, and he's at a 2:05.694.
So that's 2/10 better than his, that's 3/10 better than his fastest time yesterday. That's the quickest time we've seen on race tyres this weekend on his first flying lap. Incredible stuff from Zakwan Zaidi. Well, an informed Zakwan Zaidi is always a welcome sight at any racetrack, but he's here at home in Sepang now, as is this rider, Hafiz Shirin, on the JDT Ducati Panigale.
Oh, look at Azroy sector 1. Azroy is going rapid through sector 1. Azroy on his current lap, it's 3/10 quicker than Hafiz was on his lap that he just completed. So Azroy looks like he's on course to go even quicker. Perhaps a very low 2:06 or a higher 2:05. The Honda's functioning very well here in Sepang.
They certainly are. And we're just looking at Rio there in the pits, having some alterations done to his bike. Kito Abe entertained us yesterday, didn't he, Daniel? Yeah, throughout with his aggressive riding.
Oh, you can see that the way he's controlling with that rear brake. That was a nice shot there. How long he held that rear brake on for through turn 15. Comes across line 2:06.2. Kito Abe up into second. He's so consistent in the lower 2:06.
Yeah, and such a good racer as well. But that didn't quite go according to plan at turn 1. No harm done.
I think he knew Nakarin and Andy were trying to get an advantage there, so he thought, no, maybe better to let them pass first. It's very well aware on that lap that they were both behind him. Let's see what Azroy does. He comes across the line. It won't be 2:05, but it's a 2:06.3 for Azroy, so he does improve faster sector 1, faster sector 4 by Azroy Kimanwar.
Yeah, Zakwan 2:06.3 the last time. So, good pace very early in this session. 40-minute qualifying session for these litre bikes.
Oh, Azroy going even faster in sector 1 again. Azroy is just improving and improving. So he'll want to drop into the 2:05s. Zakwan now with the 2:05.694 on race compounds. The qualifying rears, especially with these slightly cooling temperatures for track temps. He could go really quick into the 2:04s. As Hafiz has just come across 2:06.5, so he improves by 3/10.
Yeah, just looking at the race lap records, 2:05.83. So that really was a remarkable time by Zakwan on race tyres.
That's right there, nice little slide into turn 9. Zakwan then sliding on the exit,
Ooh,
so is Azroy. These Hondas, they like to run a bit wild, and is the new running style adopted into the production bike categories, and look at the way Azroy controlled it there through turn 11. That was impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Cabri slowly finding improvements to 14.3. Maiku Watanuki 208.9, that's a bit better. Cameron Dunker on race compounds 207.6.
Yeah, I was just going to give Cam a mention there because he's been getting better and better. Best time yesterday, 208.5.
It's fun, 9/10.
So yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Oh,
Great work for the Moto Go Yamaha rider.
Indeed, that new engine working perfectly.
Yeah, Daddy brought him a new engine after his accomplishments in round 4.
Oh, that's Lachlan at the end of turn 8.
Yeah.
That's a fast crash for Lachlan. That's... Why has he lost the bike there?
And where is it? There it is. Yeah, so there's the bike. Just trying to look at its condition there. That's unfortunate early in the session. And just about, just about to see what happened there.
My guess is he probably ran wide out of turn 8, touched the grass, and
Yeah.
that's where he lost the bike.
Well, he dismounted at the right point, but that would have been would have felt like a pretty hard knock as he hit the track. Well, he's as fit as a butcher's dog, Lachlan Epis, so
Austria has just clocked in a 25.9 for the Sector 1. I don't remember the last time I've seen a 25 second Sector 1.
yeah, on the track he's moved ahead of Zakwan, so he's the first of those two Hondas you can see. There is Zakwan, fastest lap so far, but yeah, passed through Sector 3 as well as Roy.
Azra is just gonna, I think Azra will dip into the 205s, but it won't be close enough for Zakwan to match Zakwan's time. Zakwan's time is just remarkable, 205.6. Here comes Azroy. I think he'll just about dip into the 206, 205. Zakwan goes into pit lane. There goes Azroy. Ooh, he's lost a chunk of time somewhere, so Azroy doesn't improve, 206.3. Ryo Mizuno now coming out again after making adjustments.
Yeah, the pace of those Hondas is good though, all the way through. There's Rio, we got our fingers crossed that he's feeling okay.
He's gonna take his time now just to get familiar with Sabang.
Yeah, it's good that we got this long session for him.
Finding the braking points and such will be easy thanks to having a teammate like Hafiz. And then everything else he needs to find on his own to get comfortable with the bike, with the track.
Yeah, we know his quality. As I mentioned earlier, the first rider ever to win a Premier Class race in Japan on a Ducati just a few weeks ago, and he's also been seen in British Superbike. He's a very, very good rider, and if he is fit and he can get to grips with this track, then he could make a difference in the championship by taking big points.
So Ryo Mizuno now, you can see from the body language he's not 100% confident in the bike and the track yet.
Yeah, the movements off the bike are looking just a little bit painful. Let's keep everything crossed that he is fit. It's always a big ask to come in as a wild card.
Learn at a track like Sepang that's so difficult to memorize. So this won't be a significant lap for Rio, it's just him getting familiar. Should see some faster laps coming up soon.
And without wishing to start a conspiracy theory, no sign of A1 Energy BMW.
Yeah, I've no idea what's going on with the A1 Energy BMW garage. We saw Aslan there, not in his leathers, not even in his inner. He's just wearing the team polo and the bikes are covered up, so no idea what's going on.
Both riders had good pace yesterday, so that is a mystery.
Well, this is looking, I think Rio is starting to attack a bit more into turn 1. So he needs to get confidence in the tires as well. He's not ridden on Dunlop rubbers, which I understand the edge grip is a very different feeling on both of those compounds. He's used to another tire brand, so once he understands the Dunlop rubbers, he should be able to push on more, and he's already improving through sector 1.
Yeah, and whatever those injuries or related stiffness are, will be just easing a little bit as his body warms up. His teammate, Fizz, currently sitting 4th and in the pit box. So actually not that many riders out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the pits currently. So that gives us a chance to examine the form and try to second guess how the Japanese star is feeling. But that is a rider down there. That is the number 23 of Andy Farid Istihar. He trudges across to collect his Honda. So let's just see. This is turn 1. On go the brakes, and we're focusing on the front wheel, and yeah, sure enough, it tucks.
Good job, cameraman, to spot that from a mile away.
It was. That is technical knowledge.
Indeed. Oh, but
absolutely brilliant camera work there.
It was. So unfortunate.
How did you know?
Yeah, I mean, he was so focused on just that front wheel. Zoomed out at the perfect moment as well. Amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunate for Andy. Luckily he does have 23 minutes left. Rio comes across the line, doesn't improve on this lap. So he's slowly finding improvements in different sectors. Now it's just a matter of piecing it all together.
Yeah, there are the A1 Energy BMWs. No sign of action there, so they will not be joining this session. That is an absolute mystery. Hopefully one will be able to get to the bottom of. So we just saw Andy Farid crash out. He was in P5. There he is, back on his machine. So that's good to see. No doubt he'll be on his way in to pit lane for a checkup. So the Indonesian back on board. Hopefully none of his injuries that kept him out of Motegi. No injuries aggravated. That is the MotoGo. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's the Victor Racing Yamaha of Joe Francis. The British rider. Currently with the best time of 2:08.5. Very decent job from him. He's 6 foot tall, and you can see on the small, compact Yamaha R1, you really can see how long the levers are of the British rider. And he crosses the line that time, the 2:08.2, so he's improving as well. Great work from the Brit. And here comes Kito Abe. Always a sight to watch. On his own, nobody around him, and again just enjoying sliding that Honda. There he goes, that compact, aggressive style. He always looks really quick. This isn't a particularly quick lap for him. And as we watch Kito Abe, we're just hearing that there is some technical issues for the A1 Energy BMWs, which is why they are not out. So it just seems really strange. So we don't know whether, well, they're definitely not going to go out, but will we see them this afternoon, and what is the technical issue? So that sounds, that's the answer from the communications team. I think instinctively like to dig into that a little bit. But anyway, let's stay with Kito Abe, who's got good pace in this session. Currently third quickest. We haven't seen any qualifying tyres yet. 206.2 his best time. So he's not going to improve this time around, but good pace, 206.6. So he's making all sorts of shapes into turn one, and sensibly decides to run on. So this lap aborted early, but SGG obviously have a strategy of making sure they're happy with the race setup before putting on the qualifiers. The skies lightened a little bit right at the start of this session. It looked threatening. There he is, getting back onto the pace so that when he does start his next lap, it'll be a flyer. Zakwan and Azroy in the pits, so we'll keep our eyes peeled to see whether they come out next time on qualifiers. Nakarin Tirapuvapat, we haven't seen him on screen yet, but he's currently sitting in 6th, but improving his time from 2:07. Kito Abe sitting in P3, half a second adrift of Zakwan. And it's interesting to me, Daniel, that Hafiz yesterday was one of the quickest riders all the way through, right from the start. He's currently almost 0.9 of a second off Zakwan's time.
Yeah, conditions are different today. It's the same narrative that I've heard from everyone. And yeah, so because of that, some riders might not find an issue with it, but some others might feel some discomfort. So maybe Hafiz is on the end of discomfort with the track conditions today. Maybe the Hondas are just responding to the current track a bit better than the Ducati, perhaps.
Yeah, Rio Mizuno back in the pits. And Kito making a pit stop for SDG. He'll rumble in to the SDG pit, which is just below our commentary position, as the Tatara Aprilia of Maiku roars past. He's currently 3.2 seconds off Zakwan's best time. And once again, that incredible time of 2:05.694 for Zakwan Zaidi was set on his very first flying lap. Now, there's a warrior right there on your screen, the number 41, Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Best lap in this session, 2:06.4. He's going to be looking to improve on that. He's having a push on this lap. Did his best sector 1. Decent sector 2. And he does like the Sepang circuit. He's not sliding the rear as much as we have seen him in the past, and as much as we see Kito Abe. But he does like to ride loose, Nakarin.
I was watching now, completing this lap. Ooh. Yeah, he snaps the bike up into a straight line. Is what's Nakarin doing with those tires?
Yeah, as we've said, he does seem to lose pace later in the lap, but he doesn't need to worry now because he's got a qualifier on. So this will be a flying lap coming up for the Thai star.
207.0. It's just not going to be enough for Nakarin. There's Kito Abe getting cooled down. A little bit of a chat with Mr. Kobayashi from Dunlop.
Yeah, he looks calm enough. There are the CBRs of Zakwan, number 21, and the number 20 of Azroy. Been in the pits for some time now, but they do sit at 1 and 2. Currently, we've got almost 15 minutes remaining in this session. So lots to go, and very few riders as yet have come out on qualifiers.
Andy Farad, close-up shot of Andy there.
Yeah, he looks untroubled by that tumble.
Now, just under 15 minutes left. We should see the last 10 minutes as the marker where. Oh, and that's. Oh, is that to you, Joe? Yeah, that's Joey that's gone down at 10:15.
Yeah, he has picked up a few injuries over the last year, but he's walking okay there, albeit a little bit disconsolately, but at least he's dumped it near the entrance to pit lane.
Oh, and he was on qualifying rears as well. That's unfortunate.
Okay, so here comes Hafiz, and I'm sure we're going to see, yes we do, green flash on the rear. So this is his bid for pole position.
Yeah, so earlier than the rest for Hafiz for qualifying compounds, other than that's a Nakarin and Sakon Zaidi getting ready.
Yeah, he's been on such good form this weekend, more broadly this season, but this weekend he just looks to have found another little step.
So what you were mentioning yesterday, that when you start coaching people, you become better, and that's what's happening with Zakwan, I think. Getting better and better this season. And mind you, still very much in this championship fight.
Yeah, this is one of the tightest championship situations we've got. Kito Abe sitting at the top, 128 points for him, and 11 points back is Hafiz, and then on just 1 point behind him is Nakarin, and 2 points behind Nakarin is Zakwan. So this is really, really tight with so few points separating the top, and you can just see Rio Mizuno's bike being wheeled to towards the technical area. So his session is done. He's been in the pits for a while.
Oh, I think.
So maybe there's some damage to the bike, I don't know. What are you thinking?
I think he just can't. I'm afraid it might be him saying he can't ride, because he just couldn't. Just, you can see when the body language, it just wasn't someone with strength.
No, he didn't have the movement, so very sorry to see that, if that is the case.
So it's either that he wants to save the energy for the race later on, or maybe he thinks it's just a bit too much to ask from him. Here comes Hafiz, but there is traffic.
Yeah, we'd have loved to have seen Rio Mizuno on form here, but it's not to be. And once again, shout out for JDT. Please enter him for the final round at Buriram. That could be crucial for you guys. But right now, Hafiz is locked onto a mission of getting pole position. You wouldn't put it past him after his performance yesterday.
Sector 1 was okay, but he's lacking at about a tenth at least towards the faster lap times. Let's see sector 2 and sector 3 on the qualifying rear for Hafiz Sharin. Hafiz around turn 6 into turn 7. The bike taking a bit more control now out of turn 6. So it's a good lap coming in from Hafiz, but this lap itself so far not looking like pole position. And mind you, the lap time he's trying to beat, our lap time's done on race tyres.
Yeah, so it's a difficult one. Would it, if he does beat Zakwan's time, that will become the qualifying benchmark.
Then Zakwan's about to come out on his qualifying rear, so Hafiz needs to find a greater advantage in this. He's a good starter on the bike, but it's even better to start from pole position. He's got a lot of good riders who know how to send the bike on the inside. Kitabe is a good one. Nakarin will always try to find a way to block past you into turn 1. Glenn Eppers as well, another good starter. Yes, Hafiz Sharin. It's going to be close. It's going to be into the 205s.
See, I think he's got Andy Farid behind him, but let's see what the Malaysian star can do.
Oh, there you go. It was more than enough. 205.144 for Hafiz Sharin.
Half a second.
Is he bailing from this one or is he going to continue? He's going to continue, yes. Because he can't dip lower.
Yeah, he can do 2.
Yeah, 2 flying laps.
Two flying laps on the qualifiers.
And these two now are on the qualifying compound as well. Azroy and Zakwan. Zakwan's on a decent sector 1. Hafiz has gone even quicker in sector 1. Hafiz is rapid. Hafiz is going to dip down into the 204s for the first time this weekend on the qualifying rears.
You think because they're different characteristics that you are going to go quicker on the second lap. And Hafiz so far looks like he's going to do just that. Zakwan fast through sector 2.
Zakwan quickest of the session in sector 2. Zakwan's been strong in sectors 2 and 3. Let's see how much an advantage Zakwan can get in these two sectors. In a bit of a moment there was Zakwan, but he keeps it pinned. That's good control from Zakwan Zaidi, but did it disrupt his flow into turn 11?
His teammate Azroy not quite able to match the pace of the number 21.
Around turn 13 into 14 now goes Zakwan Zaidi. It's a decent sector 3. He's improving over his best. And Hafiz has lost a lot of time in sector 3. Zakwan Zaidi now, will he make it on to provisional pole position? Don't forget, we still have Kito Abe yet to set his fast lap time on qualifying rears.
Zakwan getting quite a lot of vibration into turn 15.
Nice wide exit there. Zakwan Zaidi, he comes across the line, 205.094 for Muhammad Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan goes top. Hafiz, 204.720 by Hafiz Sharin. Where did that lap come from?
This is one hell of a fight out there for qualifying glory. We still have 7 minutes remaining, as you said, Daniel. We still have Kito Abe to come out on qualifiers, and Zakwan is still flying out there.
Oh, what a lap from Hafiz. Sector 3, he lost time, but in sector 4, he's been rapid on the Ducati. What a lap. Zakwan and Azroy, they're continuing on. Azroy has done a really good first sector, actually. Can Azroy, can the boys in the Honda garage respond?
I don't think Zakwan's going to improve. Smiles there in the JDT pit.
Oh, Zakwan's quick in sector 2. Tell you what, Zakwan might have something on the second lap. Azroy's had to build from this. Azroy's lost 4/10 in sector 2 alone.
Yeah, he has, but this is with Zakwan. This is one hell of a fight here between Zakwan and Hafiz for pole position.
He's 0.05 of a second faster than Hafiz so far in his current lap. Here comes Zakwan Zaidi. Pole position might not be secure for Hafiz Sharin.
This is a much cleaner, straighter fight than we saw between Kito and Hafiz in Motegi
Sector 3 again for Zakwan. That's where he's lost time again. Something about that qualifying rear maybe just makes him lose a bit of confidence through Sector 3. Kito Abe's just come out with 5 minutes and a bit remaining. Here comes Zakwan now, around turn 15.
So this is Zakwan's last go on the qualifiers. This is his second flying lap. It's been a bit of a mixed one. Let's see what it ends up at. No, he doesn't get there. It's 204.7. Looks like pole position, unless Kito Abe can pull something out of the hat.
Andy's just gone up into 5th, so a good improvement for Andy Farid. But Kito Abe, will he have something special in it for qualifying?
Well, you can never count him out, and he does have a sense of drama, so his quick laps are going to come right as we get up close to the checkered flag. There goes Hafiz. Fantastic job done by him. He's on provisional pole. Only Kito Abe can take that away from him, and you have to say, looking at the pace this weekend, it doesn't look like he will.
Hafiz there, he watches tensely as Kito begins his qualifying stint on the qualifying rears. Hafiz knows so long as Kito has these 2 laps remaining in the qualifying rears, the job isn't done yet. But Hafiz, in this session, he nearly found 2 seconds more on the qualifying rears compared to the race compound. So impressive stuff from Hafiz. Kito Abe now to try and pull something special in round 5.
Right, so this is the end of his out lap. He's going to get his head down now. The 3 minutes 45 seconds remaining as he starts his first flying lap. Hafiz goes out to check his race setup. He's on medium front, medium rear. He's going to try and get himself a grandstand view of Kito Abe. I think he's a little bit too far back to do that. As Kito goes round turn 2, lofts the front wheel as he does, just before getting onto the brakes for turn 3. So Kito Abe quick through.
Oh! Huge, massive moment from Kito. How has he kept the bike upright? That was a massive moment on the exit of turn 4. But Kito Abe keeps it pinned.
He rode straight through it.
It's unbelievable. I hope we get a replay of that, because that was a scary moment. I've never seen a bike jump up like that at turn 4. Here's what happened. He exits out of turn 4, gets onto the rumble strip, and pretty much the front wheel, I thought the rear wheel went up as well initially, but the front went up and he kept it controlled. Sliding into turn 9 is Kito Abe.
Out of the seat drama on his first flying lap on qualifiers. He's got one more after this. This is looking decent. That was 28.5. I don't think that's going to... He's got a chance of getting onto the front row, but I don't think he's got a chance of... Well, he's got no chance of pole on this lap.
It's not threatening yet. We did see Hafiz set his fastest in the second flying lap, so maybe Kito just takes this lap for the readjustment, and then lap number 2 might be the better one. But it's going to be into the 205s for Kito Abe, I think, once he comes around to turn 15. Yeah, as of right now, 205.3 it should be.
Yeah, this is a good lap. This might be good enough for front row, but he's got one more. 1 minute, 39 seconds remaining.
205.7, so it's a second flying lap from Kito Abe. Can he pull a miracle? Hafiz there, just going around perhaps just for a last minute tweak and then a practice start. Rolls-Royce top speed, fastest in this session. It's the same situation that we had back in round 2. Here's Kito Abe, he improves through sector 1. This is a whole, what's that? I think almost 2 tenths faster than the previous lap in sector 1 alone. So Kito Abe improving big time.
Yeah, this is a really good lap. Let's keep our eyes on Kito Abe. always good to watch. Just about elbow down.
Oh, look at how wild Quito exits turn 6 into turn 7, sliding it in. Around turn 8 goes Quito Abe, sector 2.
Yeah.
It's decent. It's very, very decent.
He might not improve his position, but this is a good effort here. As he absorbs the vibrations from that Honda.
Rear tire moving everywhere. That bike making all sorts of shapes. And Quito just keeps it pinned, keeps it going. What's sector 3 looking like? It looked a good sector 3 for Quito Abe. Didn't really need to let off at any point. Look at the wobble as he switches from left to right. He's only 3/10 off, just under 4/10 off. So provisionally he could, if he stitches up turn 15 nicely, he could just make it into second, but it looks like most likely third for Quito Abe. Not a bad position at all.
Absolutely, front row start is going to be good enough. Just let's see. That was plenty of counter steering to keep that bike up, but he just rides straight through the moments, doesn't he?
And Quito 205.5, so he does improve, but it's not going to be enough. But the good thing, the saving grace for Quito is his race pace has been good. Likewise for Zakwan and Azroy. And Hafiz, the concern will be in that consistency for the race pace. 206.6 was the lap time on race compounds. Can they find what they had yesterday for the race later on? But as of right now, Hafiz Sharin is our pole man for the race this weekend. What a job well done by Hafiz and JDT Racing.
Yeah, brilliant job once again. What a shame we didn't get to see his teammate, but sensibly withdrew from this session. And once again, the A1 Energy BMWs of Aslan and Afiwat missing from this session. So let's take a look at those results as the last riders complete their flying laps. 2:04.720, 2/10 outside the qualifying lap record for Hafiz Shirin Abdullah. And then Zakwan Zaidi 2:05.094, Quito Abe 2:05.574. They are your front row for this afternoon and tomorrow. Azroy Hakim leads the second row from teammate, Astra Honda's Andy Farid Izdihar. They were teammates last year. Nakarina Tirat Buvapat for Honda Racing Thailand starts 6th. Leading the third row, Cameron Dunker for MotoGo Yamaha Racing Team, 2:07 for him. Next to him, Lachlan Effies, who unfortunately had a crash in that session. He will start 8th. And flying the Union Jack and starting 9th is Joe Francis for Victor Racing. Next to him, improving all weekend, Maiku Watanuki for Team Tatara Aprilia. Declan Carberry also making really good improvements for Savitar Racing Asia. He qualified 11th. Rio Mizuno, not sure if we'll see him this afternoon. He did a 2:14, and Joe Joe did a 2:14.576. And as we said, no appearance from either of the A1 Energy BMWs in that session. The mystery will be revealed, we hope, later. So let's just take another look at that session as it ebbed and flowed. So Savitar Team Asia out very early, and also out very early was Rio Mizuno after getting knocked around pretty badly yesterday, spending a lot of time in the medical centre and then transferred to hospital. Came out like a warrior to see what he could do in qualifying, but he did withdraw, we assume because he was just not comfortable on the machine. But with his first flying lap, Zakwan Zaidi did the 2:05.694 on race tyres. Absolutely incredible start for the Malaysian former champion. Andy Farid Izdihar getting back to form, but did tuck the front going into turn 1. He would recover later. And Quito Abe That STG Honda making all sorts of shapes under his command, but him riding through them all. Bakarin Terapuva Pat giving it his all once again at this stage in the 206s. That was off for TOU Joe, and as we got into the last 10 minutes, things got really serious. Hafiz went out with the rear qualifier and put in a decent first of 2 laps on the qualifying rear, but it was the second one that would really count as we came down to the end. Zakwan and Azroy came out with Zakwan showing especially good pace on the first lap on qualifiers, and Azroy catching up on the second time around, but this was really good lap from Zakwan that briefly for about a second set him on top before Hafiz's best time, and in the end he did 204.720, and he will be our pole starter this afternoon. And next to him will be Zakwan Zaidi, who's shown such good pace all weekend, and Kita Abe with that dramatic final stint in which he tried to get pole position. We'll be going to Daniel shortly, who will have a word with JDT's Hafiz Shirin. And we're ready for Daniel and Hafiz Shirin.
So Hafiz, we were getting a bit concerned when you were on the race compounds. We didn't see the lap time that we saw yesterday from you, but on the qualifying compounds, you were brilliant. 204.7, quite a bit of a gap between yourself and second place. So can you tell us, how is qualifying out there for you?
First of all, we try a few things in the bike. So yesterday we say that we have some rooms, we have some margin to improve the bike, but looks like doesn't working the new setup, and we back to the old one. And finally, I feel more comfortable to ride on the bike. And of course, the race tire yesterday we already did race pace. We know the setup more or less where we are, and so yeah, I'm not worried about the beginning of the qualifying, because it's a time to understand everything and then to put all together in the race. So I hope in the race we don't have any mixed feeling, and also the condition looks like sometimes cloudy, hot, cloudy, hot. So I hope the weather very consistent for today, and we will see in the race. We have to make the job done in the afternoon.
Speaking of conditions, a lot of riders did mention that they were struggling a bit with grip, and yeah, it's a bit hotter in the morning session. How do you find the conditions today?
I think we have the same feeling, but this is how you manage the movement, because of course it's my home track, and I know I don't say I know very well, but sometimes it can happen, you know. But we have to be always 100% focused and try to be consistent. Don't be so nervous on the bikes. That's I try to manage myself.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Brilliant job in qualifying.
We have had a fantastic morning of qualifying. We will be back at 1 p.m. for race 1, when the vocal virtuosity of Des Corkhill will be added to that of myself and Daniel Bogas. So do join us at 1 p.m. for race 1 this afternoon. We will see you.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.